to control deforestation, so that there is some real emissions reductions coming from this set of countries. And you know, one of the things that these couple of days have made me think about is really how much of that can you trace to the putting out of even voluntary agreements in 2009 of the Copenhagen Accord. And I would say on the basis of the 2.5 weeks I've just spent in Johannesburg, I really think that South Africa would not have contracted 4,000 megawatts of renewable energy since 2011 had it not been in the larger context of the climate agreement and then a whole series of other things, the climate commitment that they made in 2009. And so I think there are some real important actions underway inside countries that may be responsive to some of these international movements. So even though I couldn't quite tell Rado's final position. I think I'm more pessimistic than him on the idea that there might be a binding multi-agreement, but I think that there probably will be more of these soft agreements. It's the only thing that the U.S. could agree to, and in that context, the only thing that the basic countries would agree to. There could be agreements that might actually have some impact. And we were also asked, will the process be like it was in Copenhagen? And one of the things that I think about with reference to the basic countries, it's often talked about as this kind of helicoptering in of the countries in the US at the last minute and set aside a whole long process of negotiation. And I'm pretty sure that if that's how you understand what happened in the process in Copenhagen, that won't happen again. Partly because of the very problematic legitimacy of that process. It's so clearly problematic that I don't think that will happen. But I also don't think it will happen because of changes inside the basic countries themselves. I mean, the shift from Lula to Dilma in the presidency of Brazil is a really big shift in how Brazil thinks of itself in the international system. And I think you could take some of those kinds of things. Jairam Ramesh, as the Indian negotiator in 2009, has been replaced with negotiators who are nothing like him. And I think that there's a series of things then that make it unlikely that the process will again see that kind of last-minute helicoptering. I don't know if there's anybody in this room who thinks that's a good thing, but if you do, I don't think it will happen. If you think that it's a problematic thing, I'm also pretty sure that that's not going to be the process in Paris.
Thank you. I think a lot has been said here, so I can be very brief. Yes, there will be an agreement. And yes, it will be a last-minute agreement, as always. And yes, it's going to be very close to a catastrophe or breakdown just before the agreement. So the agreement is going to look not so bad compared to what could have happened if there was no agreement. So in that sense, I think we will have a repetition of previous processes. When it comes to content, I think it will be a pledge and review, soft bottom-up approach, maybe some top-down aspects, but I don't think so. Of course, we don't really have top-down in international relations because everything essentially is bottom-up in practice. We don't get more than a soft bottom-up because of China's sovereignty, US sovereignty, as well as other countries saying the same thing. Interestingly, the pledge and review approach was suggested by Japan as early as in 1991. Scorned by the EU, scorned by the NGOs, now we're there. I don't think it's necessarily that much of a difference between top-down and bottom-up. That's an empirical question. But certainly the pledges made so far is not very impressive. But the design as such, I'm not sure that makes that much of a difference. What's going to happen in Paris is going to be interesting in a process perspective. We're going to say a lot about diffusion, learning, and whatever. From a result-based perspective, what I'm most interested in, it won't make that much of a difference. I don't think so. It's probably going to be a little better than nothing, but it's not going to halt the trend towards rising emissions. The key is to get the developing countries on board. We are preoccupied with the OECD and the EU. That's not the most important actors anymore. And unless we get the South on board, it's not going to happen much. And so far, I'm not very optimistic. They are concerned about economic growth, as are the rest of the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed those presentations. Sometimes I think this is just for my benefit. I get invited here because I get good advice on what I can do better in my job and also better understand what other people do when I go into negotiations. And I certainly have a lot of questions, and being the one on the microphone, I'll take an opportunity to launch a few of my questions, and of course wanting all you to be engaged as well. I think you spoke about the deal in different terms. You related to the Copenhagen play out, also with all the important heads of state flying in for the very last day and starting their own process in closed rooms with special invited, special pals coming up with something that was quite alien or different from what diplomats have been working on for several years. From my point of view, that is also the contrast on who someone who's elected for a 4-year period will view on a successful deal and what they need to be able to report on when they come home, and the kind of more anonymous life of a diplomat who will go to his or her job for a decade or longer and work on something that possibly will deliver in a very, very long time frame. Expectation management is the label I would put on some of your presentations. Which brings me to the next question. Having delivered the expectation management, what do you think are the bare necessities? Not what you would like to have, because that will be a very long list indeed. But if you were allowed to pick, say, 3 things you would want, and perhaps you want to pick different things, but could you single out something that you would say, this would be really good, that would be something to build upon for the prospect of actually combating climate change? Because I think you made it quite clear that a 2-week meeting will not solve the climate change problem. And perhaps someone in the audience has also given thoughts to this matter, and take this opportunity to prick the brains here. There are microphones available, so if you have some questions now, you will be able to come back later on. But if you have some already now, then you could add on that. And then I think, Catherine, since you have the insights into the basics, the South Africans and the Brazilians, who clearly have done a lot at home, could you elaborate on a bit on the difference between promising to do things and doing things? What is the discrepancy due to?
You want me to answer all those questions at once? Well, promising to do things and doing things, I think, is an interesting question. I actually think for the basic countries, I don't think of it in those terms, because here's how I think of it. I think of it this way. When Brazil made a commitment in 2009 to reduce its emissions by 34% by 2020, it actually, at that point, because of the drop in deforestation since 2005, had already mostly met that commitment. And I think actually that the basic countries tend to think a lot more like that international commitments come after action rather than before them. And so, in fact, I would say you would, with this set of countries, be less likely to find them promising to do things and not doing them, because they won't make the promises until they're ready to do them. I mean, one of the things I learned in South Africa, for example, with all this renewable energy that they've contracted private builders to build, they've got a clause in all the contracts that says, if we at some point sign on to a binding climate agreement that requires us to reduce emissions, we get the carbon credits from these projects. Well, that's sort of forward thinking. You know, they're already at some stage thinking that there's going to be an agreement, and when it comes along, that they're going to already have a big chunk of the carbon credits in their wallet. Done. And so I would say with the basic countries in particular, I don't think this is as big a gap. And it's, you know, and it's of course the other side of it then is that they're hugely reluctant to make commitments, in part because they want to have them done already.
On your first question about necessities, what could be better? I think more openness in the UN system towards other supplements or alternatives to try to coordinate or at least facilitate some of the work being done outside the UN would be a positive step, and not only think in UN kind of ideological circles. So, for example, being somehow able to coordinate or at least work on the different trading schemes that are elaborated. I also think a lot can be done in improving the reporting system to know better. I mean, these are small process traces, but they can be done. Also, the idea, I think, of lead countries, as you have in certain environmental agreements on certain aspects, as well as a combination of soft and hard approaches. So these are small, more processed things, but they can be done. The big things, I'm not optimistic, as I said. Thank you.
In my view, there is one main necessity, and that is a deal bilateral between US and China. I've heard voices from different directions that the two countries are actually very, very heavily engaged in a conversation about climate change. And also, these voices were quite optimistic. Many people really feel that there is progress in these bilateral talks, and therefore some kind of bilateral deal before the end of next year would not be entirely surprising. It will open enormous opportunities for the global climate regime, because if this happens, then we'll have the EU and China and the United States all on board for a really strong regime. And then it will be, the crucial then question would be, what incentives can be offered to countries to go under a treaty? Now, the fine distinction here is that in many countries are already ready for domestic action. In fact, many of them are already doing it. So the reluctance here when it comes to climate governance is not about domestic action. The reluctance is to go with international legal obligations under a treaty. And so then the political exercise and the task for current negotiators would be, if the United States and China open that new door with a bilateral, then what incentives can we give to other key countries to accept even their existing actions under a formal agreement?
Thank you. Actually, I have a few more questions for you as well. So could you, when you answer that one, could you also tell me, you spoke about pledge and review. Someone makes a pledge and then later on it's being reviewed. What are the elements necessary for a successful review? Steinar, I'm sure you've thought about this matter, so could you add that on to your answer to Radoslav's comment as well?
At least first on the question of a bilateral US-China agreement, don't you think what would be crucial then would be the content of that treaty? You seem to imply that it would be a good treaty. Couldn't it also be a kind of, they have much more than 50% of the emissions. So they're really controlling the game. And so far, they haven't exactly been pushers. So I'm not sure I'm that optimistic. If you get an agreement, whether that's going to be positive or not. I think I'd take that one first. So, you want to?
Yes. A very, very good point. Yes, an agreement can be good or bad or anything in between. And I think that if you look at the domestic landscape and key actors, there is awareness in both countries that that climate policy is not only necessary, but that there are also economic benefits to be reaped from an energy transformation. You can even read that from official, government sources in both countries. Government documents, you can read it from economists working in both countries. And so, from this point of view, I'm hoping that if there is a bilateral deal, it will be somewhere in the direction towards low-carbon development.
Well, I would just comment as an American that, yes, there is a recognition of economic benefits in both of these countries, but there's also a lot of non-recognition of economic benefits in both of these countries. I mean, there's a phenomenon recently of municipalities passing laws that say that the Agenda 21 cannot be enforced in their municipalities. And you know, as an academic, I've always thought that Agenda 21 was a really spectacularly weak institution, and the notion that you would need to pass legislation to protect yourself from the invidious implementation of this big UN plan sort of gives you a sense of the extremity to which some US actors are moving. And so I agree with you that you can certainly find lots of evidence, and there's new academic research on the hidden developmental state in the United States, a lot of which is oriented around things like green industry and things like that. But boy, there's a lot of other stuff going on too.
I think we should let the audience to come into this. We have several roundtable debates here. We have several roundtables, but this part of the circle then. Yes, someone far up here. Please also say your name when you pose your question.
Hello, Elisabeth Corell, Södertörn University. It's located in South Stockholm. Apologies for a slightly off-topic question. You talked about the process of decision-making in climate change. What would you say are the most important impacts of this process on in other international environmental or sustainable development agreements as of 2008 or 2009 and onwards? I'd be very curious to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
And I'm sure there's someone else who's also curious about something. Yeah, here. On the way back, there is another question.
Thank you, Markus Lederer, University of Münster, Germany. Little thought experiment. Shortly before Paris, the Ukraine completely explodes. All the UN Security Council talks about is the Ukraine and a new Cold War. Meaning climate change kind of finally gets off high politics. Nobody cares in the high diplomatic circles about climate change. Will this be positive or negative for an outcome in Paris? Meaning, do we really need head of states, or wouldn't it be much better if only the technicians of climate politics are able, and then we have some learning, we have some agreement maybe on the technical aspects, but forget about the politics?
Sounds delightful to me. Some questions down here.
Ukraine,
yeah.
explain.
No. Technicians. Ukraine, please stay stable.
Yes, and we have a question from the Twitter.
Hey everyone, we have a world talking right now, and they ask us, could the entire UNFCCC process be a decoy meant to go nowhere by many of the participating states? Maybe it's too general, but this is what the world is interested in.
We are being observed. That's good.
Yes.
Transparency. Shall we pass on to the panel to tag off on those questions?
None of us want to talk. I'll start with the middle question, the question about whether we'd be better off with climate change simply being negotiated by the technicians who are there looking at the long-term view, have been part of the process for a long time. I think if we did that, we'd probably get a pretty good agreement. And then I think it would be completely unimplemented. I mean, I'm afraid that you see that kind of gap often in national policy making too, that many times technical people understand very well what would be a good agreement, but the problem is that policymakers are looking at climate change at the same time that they're looking at things like unemployment rates, and even the best technical climate agreement is going to run against the fact that policymakers have to implement it, and they implement it in a context in which they're actually looking at a much wider variety of issues. And I personally then think it's better to have the policymakers part of the process from the beginning rather than having them try to implement a very nice agreement that won't fit their larger agenda. That's just one of the questions.
On the last question first, even I am not that cynical. So I don't think it's a complete decoy.
And he's very cynical.
Yes. So maybe it's for some, but I don't think for all. So as such, I don't think it's a decoy. On the second question on the Ukraine crisis, I'm not sure I have much more belief in bureaucrats and technicians than policymakers. If you look at Copenhagen, when the high-level segment came, there was not a single word on the table. So it was kind of a negative behind the doors deal that was closed. But before the high-level segment, we had nothing. So whether one is worse than the other, there's also the hypothesis the high-level segment is once in a while able to break the deadlock. So I'm not sure. I think it's no clear answer to that question. As to the first question, I'm not quite sure I got it, Elizabeth, but one thing at least I'm concerned with is it reinforces and strengthens the, in my opinion, more and more artificial north-south dimension, which is very, very negative. That is not to say that you have real poor countries, but you have quite a few countries that are not really poor anymore, but they hide behind that label, which is very detrimental to international negotiations and cooperation. Thank you.
On the role of presidents and prime ministers, I think that with an issue this big, we do need leadership at the highest level, but it's got to be at the right time and in the right manner. In Copenhagen, there were problems because that declaration drafted by 25 or 26 heads of state, they literally had pens in their hands drafting a declaration, and that is not their job, right? So on the question of the decoy, I don't think that the entire process is a decoy, but I do have real fears that an agreement in Paris will be a decoy. And if we have a bad agreement that sounds very impressive, it will throw dust into a lot of eyes. And I think that it will really create problems for a real progress in climate governance in a number of countries. And so perhaps then no deal in Paris will be better than a decoy agreement. And then finally, to Elizabeth's question on the impact of this process on other policy regimes, I do think that there is a indirect but very tangible positive impact. Because the entire conversation about climate change has really elevated the environment and the status of the environment in public perceptions and public awareness. And I also want to say that, in my view, the climate diplomacy has succeeded in very important ways. It has failed to deliver formal agreements that we care about. But this obscures the real success of climate diplomacy, which is to affect perceptions of national interest and cost-benefit calculations about climate policy. And this was done through the conversation that took place at the international level and through arguments particularly maintained and emphasized by the European Union about win-win solutions, about the economic benefits of energy and climate policy. That is, I think, the key mechanism through, in my mind, through which climate diplomacy has affected climate governance around the world in different corners.
Shall we take a few more questions from the audience again? Richard?
Thanks. Richard Klein, SCI and CSPR. I would argue one of the reasons Copenhagen failed, or at least went off a pretty bad start, was the fact that there was this Danish text that surfaced in Singapore. That, before COP15 even started, it looked like the Danish hosts had a plan B in case there was not going to be an agreement during the COP. And of course that led to all sorts of issues of trust and legitimacy. Do you think that the French host, or the European Commission for that matter, will be able to resist the temptation to draft a French text?
Yes, Sebastian also. You have to run.
Yes, thanks. I wanted to get clarity on an issue that I didn't discuss in my presentation either that much. And that is, you were talking about also soft, etc., and I also mentioned soft. What does that mean in your view? Will there be a treaty or something else in Paris? And I think and where I'm coming from is that there's frequently, as in the debate, either it's a success or it's a failure, then it's either it's binding or it's non-binding. But I think there are many ways in which things can be binding and can be in a treaty, and certain things can be soft in there and harder, etc. And there's a lot of differentiation, I think, that we tend to forget.
Yeah, we take those two questions.
First, to Sebastian's question, I clearly would be very, very surprised if there is any form of binding treaty in Paris. If this happens, I think it will be a big surprise in world politics. My guess, again, a political scientist knows about the future as much as anybody else. But my guess is that there will be an agreement in Paris called something else, and probably with a very ambiguous status, outcome with a legal force. But about the French hosts, I am based in France now for 6 months on sabbatical, and I have some observations about French society and culture, which I relish tremendously, but that makes me very apprehensive about the way the French will host the meeting next year. And I hope that they will master all of their, resources and venerable tradition in diplomacy to organize a very effective meeting. And I will not be surprised if they have something under the table.
I will defer to Rado on whether or not it will happen, but I would just reinforce that it would be a very bad idea from the standpoint of getting an agreement. And to Sebastian, I think, it is hard to define sometimes what we mean by hard and soft laws, but I would basically say a treaty that has to be ratified by the US Senate will not happen. So when I say soft, I mean something softer than that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, could you? Would you like her to expand on that right away? Before?
I thought it doesn't mean there couldn't be a treaty, right?
Well, this is one of these things where I am not a scholar of the United States, despite being from there. But I think if it says treaty in the title, then it can't go. But there are lots of international instruments of legal weight. What was the phrasing?
An outcome of legal force.
There are lots of, yes, about which there would be more discussion. Something that says treaty in the title would be unacceptable, but other things would be debatable.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add on Sebastian's question here. I'm not an expert on French politics, so I have no idea what they plan to do. But it's going to be interesting to see what role the role between France and the EU, whether that is going to be coordinated. Because the EU has certainly an important role here, but whether it's going to be French or EU or some kind of combination, that's going to be interesting to see.
Okay. Ulrika, you had a follow-up question, then we turn to the
Actually, it was a saying that I suddenly recalled. I've been to far too many negotiations meetings, but there's a COP host, a country that is the host of the meeting, and in 2015 it will be France, so they will not be taking their usual role as part of the EU because they will first and foremost be the host. And as a previous host once said, that you can invite your guests, but you can't make them behave. And I think quite a lot of work has to be going on between meetings in countries being prepared to come to the negotiating table and close some of the issues. The question is, which issues are those? And I know from going to some research conferences, etc., it's quite interesting, but possibly also of academic interest, to look at the form of an agreement, if it's legally binding or outcome of legal force, or if it has appendixes that are part of the treaty, or just appendixes. Do they need to be ratified, or can be done by presidential decree, etc.? I think those what might be very sensitive points, but they can also be sorted out. There are ways. What intrigues me quite a lot is a treaty, or the intention of a treaty, or the agreement being implemented. Will countries go home and feel, yes, now let's get to work and do different things on mitigation, adaptation, finance? And that would be my plea to you, because we're wrapping up now. Could you see some elements in the Copenhagen, well, not the Copenhagen, but the Paris Agreement that actually would make that happen? Kind of rephrasing my first question again. What are these necessities? And then you have a list.
Yeah, can we add, we had a question on the top row, so we had that as well.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. Frank Fisher, Rutgers University in the United States. Listening to your assessments, I find myself wondering if there will ever be a binding agreement. How long would it take if there is one? And what are the options if there will be no binding agreement?
I can add to that before you start to wrap up. Listening to this, it feels like everybody is almost as pessimistic as Steinar. Is there anything on the horizon that you see that could fill the gap that we have seen in the UNEP reports and so on? And Roger Pilke could not, unfortunately, in the end join us today, as talked about that. We need to triple the decarbonization rate with a 3% GDP growth to 2050. We should lower the emissions by 50% compared to 1990 levels. How at all will that be possible with what we see on the horizon, at least as the discussion has gone so far?
Yes, I'm not very optimistic on part of the UN track, but I think it's important, as many others have pointed out during this conference, that there is quite a bit going on that is or is not closely linked to the UN negotiations. I mean, there is a lot. If you look at the dynamics at different levels, I think that might be more important than whether you have a binding agreement or not on the global level. Because I think the process is now underway that is driven by many forces. It's NGOs, it's scientists, it's a multi-layer of activities that I think have some promise. It's not been able to deliver too much yet, but it's a process. But the problem is that this process so far is mainly in the OECD region. It has also to move to the south to have a real impact. But whether you have a binding agreement or not, I don't think that is the most crucial thing for what's going to happen in relation to climate-related activities. I think other forces may be more important in the long run.
I completely agree with Steinar. I don't necessarily think that the binding agreement will be a good thing, and not entirely necessary either. Because indeed there's a tremendous level of domestic action already taking place, and some of it will continue. From my point of view, I think that diplomacy has already played its role in spreading this idea that this makes sense from an economic point of view. I will stop here.
Well, I've been thinking about Ulrika's question about like what would make countries go home with a smile on their face and enthusiastic, and and pairing it with Steinar's observation that this has to move to the developing world. I mean, at the risk of being really obvious, well, finance would be one thing, and finance would be a second thing, and finance would be a third thing. I mean, I really do think that that's a that's one thing that you could get a lot of countries outside the OECD really excited about if there were really serious and large finance commitments. Now, I understand that that would also make all the countries of the OECD go home depressed or simply not able to deliver, but that would be something that would provide a significant shot in the arm. I mean, there's a serious feeling on the part of not just the basic countries, but the G77 generally, that they have been given promises for years of finance that will help them adapt to a problem that they did not cause, help them mitigate a problem that they are now beginning to cause. The basic countries themselves, except for India, I think are not so much looking for money for themselves, but I think the finance issue is really, really big, and a really big part of why that set of countries feels like this process has not paid off for them like they would hope that it would. But I do actually have to agree with my counterparts up here that there is usefulness to the process in and of itself. I mean, I think that you can't really do the historical counterfactual, but I think if we hadn't been having these COPs over the last 20 years, really most of this action that is going on quite possibly would not be going on, and certainly not at the scale that it is. So whether or not there's a multilateral agreement, I don't know that we really have to look for an alternative to fill the gap. I think the process is itself in some ways filling the gap.
Thank you. So would you like to wrap up? Are there anything you would like to, as a final statement, or the audience maybe one final statement? Here comes the solution. Yes.
No, I just want to disagree. I think bindingness is an important potential element of the signal that I was talking about. I think it comes in when you go to finance, to be able to activate the finance. I think it's an important element to get some bindingness. And just want to throw in that actually the US submission to the last negotiating session pretty much looked like a treaty. Like saying it, and then we need final provisions for signature and ratification and stuff. And in that context, it's perhaps difficult to see that if the US is not in a treaty, that China would be in a treaty. But it's perhaps also difficult to imagine that if the US is in a treaty, that China wouldn't be in a treaty. So I think it can work both ways. And then it's just what the treaty says, what is binding, where you can have a lot of leeway of, whether everybody thinks then that the commitments will be binding as such. But there are other ways of binding parties. But that's just my take on it.
Thank you.
One of the major perks about going to this conference is the interesting discussions you have over lunch. And now we will have 1 hour of opportunity of after having those interesting discussions continuing over lunch.
Would you introduce the lunch? But first of all...
Excuse me, can I say just one thing? Someone said people can behave reasonably once they exhaust all the alternatives. So this is sometimes maybe how it will work in climate governance.
All right.
Okay.
Churchill about the US. Americans have always been relied upon to do the right thing once they've exhausted all obvious possible alternatives. Winston Churchill.
Okay, on that note, we'll end this session. Thank you very much to the chairs, to the panelists, for all the questions. And after lunch, we'll open up a new theme for this symposium, which is about the scholarship of climate politics and governance. So what can we as scholars do to ignite new energy into this process, or to help us to think differently about this process? So that's the theme for after lunch. But first, lunch, and it will be served in the restaurant downstairs where you had your coffee. So we'll reconvene again at 1 o'clock sharp. Thanks.
Okej, okej. Okej, det är klart. Just. Vilket är? Ja.
Okay, is this working? No. Hello? Yeah. Yes. Welcome back. I hope you feel re-energized after the lunch. I also hope that you noted that you've eaten vegetarian food all along on purpose. Now, I would like to introduce the chair for this afternoon session, my friend and colleague, Karin Bäckstrand, professor in political science, who's transitioning right now from Lund to Stockholm University. Karin has also been instrumental in pulling this event together, so I'm taking all the credit, but I shouldn't, because Karin is equally responsible for this event. So it's a great pleasure to hand over the word to you, Karin.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. It's an honor to chair this session. So now we are venturing into theme 2, that is to discuss the direction of the scholarship of climate governance after Copenhagen. What did Copenhagen mean in terms of the academic study? What has it meant for the theories, methods, epistemologies? Definitely Copenhagen was also a kind of earthquake for the scholarship. So that's what we're going to discuss now, and we are very happy to have two excellent, very prominent speakers on this theme. First out is Frank Biermann, and he doesn't need much introduction, but I will introduce him. He's a professor in political science at Free University at Amsterdam. He's also an adjunct professor at Lund University, chair of the Earth System Governance Project, and has written extensively on the global environmental governance. And I would say it's a more optimistic voice in the and a much needed voice to assess the state of global environmental governance. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Karen. I have to say I have to get used a little bit to this machine here, which is quite a funky. You almost feel like go on a space shuttle now. Anyway, thanks a lot for the introduction and welcome back after lunch, excellent vegetarian lunch, to the second part. So these presentations are not about climate governance in the past. They're not about Copenhagen or Durban or Doha or Paris or any other of these meetings. They are about a more general perspective on what the next generation of research questions could be. And I think in this way also very much related to the 10 years anniversary of the center. I think the center is a great achievement. I'm very pleasured and honored to be here. I think it's a great workshop also, and I think now we are talking not about the last 10 years, but about the next 50 years of Center's history and what could be the question that we couldn't address. And I don't have them all, I just have some funky ideas, well, not funky ideas, about what questions could be. And I have 8 questions, or 8 areas that I want to discuss in my talk. The one is more about the conceptualization and the context. About normativity is a second. I talk again about multilateralism and transnationalism. I'll talk about legitimacy, equity, adaptation, and then 2 more cross-cutting areas. The one is what is a social scientist today in a context that is determined by natural sciences, which are the majority in the mainstream in our field in a way. And then finally I talk a bit about global research and what it means for social scientists, how they can act and interact in a larger global change research context. Starting about the conceptualization, I think it's one thing that's, I think, very important to me, is one of my emerging hobbies in the end, to try to rethink what the emergence of the Anthropocene means for us as environmental researchers. I mean, there are in a way 2 ways of dealing with the concept of the Anthropocene. You can say this is just a joke, in a sense, just an idea, it's just a new PR gag from some natural scientist or from journalist to have a new term to get more research funding. But you can also see it as a transformation of our understanding of what's going on the planet. And I tend to be part of the latter camp. I tend to believe that the idea of the Anthropocene is a fundamental change of the way how we understand our role as environmental researchers, our role as people in the environmental studies community. I frankly believe that the world environment is no longer capturing what we are actually facing. I think the world environment means, in a sense, it's a dealing with the environment of the human species, the environment of human settlements, and I think this is 1970s. I think what we are now dealing with is a fundamental transformation of the entire planetary system as captured in this term Anthropocene, a new epoch in planetary history. And what this means for us as former environmental scholars or former environmental studies people, I don't know. But I think it's very important for our community to come to terms with these kind of things, to come to terms with an understanding of what this transformation of the planet, in a sense, a capture of the planet, the taking planet over by human species, what it means for us as scholars, from everything, from ethics to governance to all kinds of other communities. I mean, the Anthropocene is captured in all of these graphs that are showing, I mean, some people describe it as the great acceleration, where you see that essentially everything that you have there is going up. I mean, including the natural science, well, climate, of course, but there are also these graphs, you can't see it here, McDonald's, whatever, telephone use. Everything has changed in a sense like the 1950s. And we have to understand what this means for our community. So I think what our community has to face and understand is this transformation in the last 10,000 years from a Holocene state, where at one point we kind of emerged and took over the landscape, colonized 40% of land use, up to a co-evolution at the country scale. This is the Netherlands. I love to show it because it really shows as one part of the globe that is totally dominated by human species. In a way, the concept of Anthropocene is now capturing the same development at the global scale. And the question I have for social scientists, from this center, for all centers, it means, are our governance systems ready to deal with this transformation? Are our political systems ready to deal with this transformation? And my answer is no. My answer is that our political systems essentially operate in the, especially at the global level, international level, they operate in the same framework of the 19th century. I like to show these two pictures. This is from 1815, the Vienna Congress. This is from Copenhagen, of course. And the question is, what has changed? Not much. The only change is at that time, in the old days, everybody was white, everybody was male, everybody was speaking French. But these are kind of the only three transformations you have. For the rest, I believe that our current governance system in many fundamental ways is still determined by structures that we developed in the 19th century. And this has to change. So what has to happen in a way, it's one of my first claims, I made this yesterday also a bit, that we have to change our thinking. And I think our research community has to open up to much more radical thinking, to much more bold ideas. We had some of them, we had this morning, we had a lunch discussion about Robin's idea of having a non-proliferation treaty for carbon. Markus Lederer came up with the idea of lunch, they have a crowdfunding for Indian non-coal use, whatever. So I mean, these are kind of the ideas we need to develop. They're difficult to develop because our universities are not really paying us for that. I mean, our university systems are against new ideas, they're against bold ideas because they have this kind of very restricted way of functioning. But I think it's one conclusion is this is very important that we engage in these kind of activities. Which leads to my second point, and I think that's a very important point. Anthropocene means that we have to reconsider the normative foundation of what we are doing. If we accept that we as humans are no longer reacting to the environment, but that we are now a race that is shaping the planetary developments to some large extent, that means we have to think about what we want to do with the planet. And this is a question we may say we don't want to have this question. We say we want to opt out of this question, but it's not possible. We have to deal with this question of how we want to have our Earth. And that's a very difficult question. So, I mean, there's this new debate about the good Anthropocene. That's a very interesting debate where people say, I like this, where there's one scientist, his name is actually Frank, good. I mean, he says whatever, he says what I kind of just said. I mean, this is the other Frank. So he says, I mean, they have this disruption of natural systems, and all this has been called Anthropocene, human dominate. And there's this guy who is kind of probably an economist, whatever, or a guy from the magazine, The Economist, because they wrote an article like this in that way. And he says, well, this is great, the Anthropocene. Go humans, go humans. What do you mean? In your face, you Holocene losers. And he says, the trouble with you, Frank, is that you just can't bring yourself to celebrate achievement. Because in this way, they say the Earth is something you can control. It's a great place. We are out of the caves, we are out of the jungles, we are living here in warm, nice places, and we can have to shape the planet like we shape our gardens. This is kind of the discourse of the good Anthropocene. So the question is, and I think Steve will also agree with me on this point, that this is a way I don't like it. I mean, I'm not on this camp. I don't believe in the good Anthropocene because I believe in uncertainty. I believe that we are not able to fully understand the system. I believe that we are not able to fully control the system. So therefore, I'm much more humble as a human species, in a way, as a human person on this planet. And I think we should not go in the celebration of achievement. We should be conservative and find ways normatively to kind of limit our impact on this planet. But then the question is, how do we do this? For all Swedes, of course, very well known the planetary boundaries concept. This is one attempt, in a way, to define a couple of boundaries that circumvent, in a way, the action space of human species on planet. And this was cooked up at a workshop in Stockholm a long time ago, or not that long time ago, and has been very influential in some parts. It has been very much also fought against at the Rio conference, Rio +20. So it's very controversial. The idea is that there are certain quantitative indicators, threshold values, so once we are passing those, the planet will switch to new kinds of operation. It has been very much criticized by developing countries because they said this is easy to put together when you are a natural scientist from a rich country in the north. It's much more difficult to defend from a developing perspectives because many of these boundaries are very debatable. Like here's this one, global freshwater use. I mean, how can you set a value for global freshwater use in a world where you have many people? I mean, 1 billion people doesn't have sufficient drinking water. The same for energy. The same for land use, which you have here, global land use. How can you set a boundary for global land use in a world where 842 million people don't have sufficient food? These are very important questions. This is what I mean. These are the questions we have to address as former environmental scholars by understanding what is our normative role in the on the planet, in the Anthropocene. The counter, I mean, the slide is not that good or not sufficient for this big dome here. This is a counter model, has been brought forward by Oxfam, where they said there are planetary boundaries, which is the outside, but then inside the planetary boundaries, you have also social boundaries. So we have to not only protect us from transgressing planetary boundaries such as ozone layer, such as water, whatever, we also have to protect the human boundaries in a way which is health, which is food, which is water provision for humans, which is all jobs and many other issues. So in a sense, politically, we have to combine these two. And this is a tremendous challenge. And I think this is a challenge we have to address for any paper we write. Because for any paper, any book, any project we do in our community, we have to somewhat address the normative activity. And this is a very important and very difficult one. Practical example is an ongoing discussion on sustainable development goals. And this is really where it becomes practical. This is this new debate in the UN context, and their important question for the environmental community is, how do you bring in environmental or earth system concerns into the sustainable development goals? How do you bring them in? Do you want to have a standalone goal on environmental issues or on the earth system? Do you want to have a cross-cutting theme? And this is one of these discussions where it really becomes very concrete. What are the normative assumptions? What are the normative ideas that we have when we talk about sustainable development and earth system governance? So then I come to my third point, third research area. And it's also one of my hobby, I like it very much. It talks this debate about our community with what I call is multilateralism versus, I call them the forget the UN people. I think they're both in the room and many of us are both at the same time sometimes, whatever, depending on the form. So that's kind of the core idea is there are some people out there who believe that we still have to work very much on the UN system and try to reform and try to focus on the Paris Agreement, and many other people are saying, forget this entire UN process, this is just a waste of time, a mega multilateralism, get out of it and try to look at different agreements. An example is, I mean, this is this Cohen-Victor slide, many of you have seen this, where he showed this entire regime complex in which the UN is only one actor or one institution, I mean many others, and interestingly here also the size of the bullet or the square around the UN legal regime, exactly the same size as all the others are. This shows in a way a new approach in the sense that the UN is one approach, the UNFCCC is one approach, but many others can carry to the same direction. So if you want to characterize the two camps, multilateralism is about relevance of the UN system, it's about focusing on the UN system and these kind of approaches, and focusing still on governments as the key decision-making actors. Transnationalists, on the other hand, kind of try to focus on the new terrain, that focus on local policy experiments, they focus on non-state actors, they focus on governance by NGOs, as Michel has called it yesterday, and put all their hope and many of their aspirations in bringing in all other communities, civil society, cities, and business. So what to do with this? I think this is my experience in the last couple of years, that these are almost like two tribes emerging, two research directions, and you find it also in this workshop because the panels were kind of divided. There were one panel on non-state and some panels on climate negotiations. So in a sense, I think what we need at the current state, and this is, I think, big challenge for the next couple of years, is to bring these communities together, to merge the two tribes, and to bring them more into interaction. Which is, on the one hand, point one is to have a much more comprehensive assessment of the overall effects of local and transnational activities. We have lots of case studies, we have lots of smaller studies on different approaches, whatever, like Forest Stewardship Council, all these kind of approaches, there are studies on their effectiveness, but the overall system on outside the UN governance, we have to assess what the effectiveness of these activities is. There are some examples. There's this new project, Leveraging project, Harold Berkeley et al. With 60 projects that they have studied together. But I think we can do much more. We have much more of these assessments to really see what's the difference that these kind of organizations and activities make. Secondly, what is the indirect effect? And I think that's very important. When we want to address the Anthropocene, we have to talk about changes in human behavior. We have to understand changes in human values and in human ways of dealing with the environment. And so the question is, to what extent can these activities, Frank Fischer talked yesterday about transition towns and eco-villages, to what extent can these maybe small-scale activities reform the way how we think about the environment? How can they change behavior of humans? How can they change values? I think this is a very interesting research question. And this could be effects that are much beyond what these activities reach in terms of emission reductions. I think that could be interesting place. Certainly, how can public policy deal with these issues, support these kind of initiatives? And then I think a very important question is, how can we see these transnational approaches and the multilateral approaches in tandem? How can we see them working together, jointly developing a climate governance or any other architecture that is effective in the long run? How can we kind of bridge these divides? And the last point is, I think that's a point for the multilateralists, and I met several of you in the last day who kind of identify themselves as multilateralists. I mean, it's kind of, how can we kind of work together, how can multilateralists work together to get more effective and much more dynamic governance systems at the international level? In a sense, how can you make the UN system much more effective? I think that's an important question, and here we really need bold ideas to initiate discussion processes among governments. And one thing that I think is one of the most fascinating areas is to find qualified forms of majority voting. I think that could be, I mean, more than 70% of all multilateral environmental agreements are based on consensus, and we know, I mean, it's a no-brainer that consensus means that the least interested party is dominating the outcome, more or less. So majority voting is much more effective in a way that you get much quicker, larger coalitions of countries with much more ambitious agreements. The question is, can you just have the UN system with one country, one vote? This is kind of a proposal of Papua New Guinea and Mexico and some other countries. They just said, let's just have majority voting, just have 2/3 or 3/4 majorities in the climate system. And I think what we have to do as governance scholars, social scientists, we have to engage in a much more intense debate on what other alternatives are there for majority voting, going beyond the old style one country, one vote. Because one country, one vote means that theoretically 5% of human population have the majority. And these are all the people who live in small countries. Theoretically, this is kind of a majority. You need 5% of human population and you have the majority in the UN General Assembly. And this is something that big countries will never accept. This is one of the reasons why we have the G20. That's one of the reasons why we have the G7, G8 and all these kind of agreements. Because this system where small countries can dominate big countries is no longer, is not fitting for any meaningful discussions and meaningful decisions. But what else? Democracy theorists might say one country, one vote per person, but then you come up with the result that 7 countries only have the majority and 186 countries are the other 50%. Again, this is something that most countries will not accept. So what we need, I mean, the same you could do also for other indicators like GDP or any other indicators that weights the relevance of a country. There's always countries that are against it. I think what we need, and there's very, very few literature on it, we need new thinking about how we can develop much more sophisticated, much more convincing, integrated systems of qualified majority voting. And that can be some different kind of votes for different issue areas. It can be combined areas, it can be layered majorities. For certain issue areas, you have different kind of majority requirements. I think these could be some of the ways forward to deal with these kind of issues. Then another point, number 4, is that I think we face tremendous problems of accountability and legitimacy in international governance. And this affects both the UN system, such as the UNGA, but also all climate agreements that are driven by governments and driven by bureaucrats from governments. But it's the same also for non-state governance, which has the same, I mean, all these non-state governance agreements, this is like the Maritime Stewardship Council, have developed very elaborate decision-making procedures. They have, to some extent, a certain level of effectiveness. But the question is, what is the accountability, legitimacy of these bodies? I mean, who has ever voted for Unilever, who have ever voted for a Worldwide Fund for Nature and these mechanisms that are setting up non-state governance? So I think both the state system and the non-state system face tremendous questions of legitimacy, accountability. And the question is for us, I think, as researchers, what can we do? I mean, how can we kind of combine this? How can we develop new ways of legitimatizing and accountability support for governance at the global level? And this becomes much more important. And there are 3 ways of thinking about it, which we kind of discussed at one Earth System Governance Conference in Lund in a way. I think there's 3 different models. One model is to bring in civil society in a sort of representative model to give it more vote. I mean, right now, civil society has the right to be heard. The question is, can we bring them in some way that they have really meaningful representation in a form of voting in a way? I mean, not voting, it could be also some stronger way of delaying action, some stronger way of finding support. The Commission on Global Governance in '95, they have proposed a forum of civil society in the UN system with 600 people, representatives of civil society. The UN is kind of experimenting right now with this major groups approach, which could be some form of representation. And you could think about the same in climate governance, bringing in, like Sebastian showed this organigram on climate governance this morning. You could add some forum of civil society. The question is, of course, who is sitting in it? I mean, the UN would probably adopt the 9 major groups, which is a totally unrepresentative thing. I mean, they have the youth, they have the farmers, they have the scientists, they have whatever, industry and labor. So, I mean, many of us are not represented, not fully represented, and it was a totally arbitrary process how these 9 major groups have come up. I discussed it with some civil society people, and they say they know that the idea of 9 major groups is crazy, but they have to stick to it, because if they kind of start discussing it, then the entire system will break down, because there's nothing better they can have. Anyway, this is one way. The other way is to bring in parliamentarians. I mean, most countries or most people on the planet are now represented in parliamentary democracies to some degree. So here you could think about to have a system of representation of parliaments, national parliaments in the UN system. There's this idea about United Nations Parliamentary Assembly, or to have the same in the climate system. The question that comes up here is, of course, I mean, how many parliamentarians you want to have. That comes back to the majority systems of voting that I had discussed earlier. And the third idea is John Dreisig et al.'s idea to have deliberative forum. And he has one paper recently about the global assembly of citizens, which is only deliberative and is based on random selection. And he makes this big argument of saying, don't have representation in forms of civil society, don't have democratic representation in terms of parliamentarians, just have a random selection of citizens all over the place, put them together in one room, give them translators, give them some explanation about what the system is, the problems are, and then they will come up with solutions that are much better than what, with all due respect, our negotiators would ever come up with. And these are the 3 options. I don't have a clear preference for the one or the other. I know Chuck is working on these issues, but I think this is important issues to think about, because we have to move away from a system that is totally dominated from governments and a system that is totally dominated from government bureaucrats. We have to somehow bring in citizens in some new form to make our governance systems more effective, more legitimate, and more accountable. Equity is my fifth point. I think this is very important. And this is a point that I believe is totally underrepresented in the OECD discourse on all of these issues. Climate change is one of them, including this workshop, actually. I mean, the word allocation, word of equity, distributive outcomes was, I think, not sufficiently represented. Maybe I'm biased. I think we need much more discussions on these kind of issues to understand the world as a place that is inherently unequally divided. I mean, we have 76% of private consumption of the planet is taken over 20% of the planet. And this is that in developing countries has not gone unnoticed. So this is one of the key issues that we have to discuss. We just can't run around in Davos and all these places and say we can't choose like this lady does. We can't decide between the hunger panel and the poverty panel. So we have to really address this in a much more meaningful way. And I think this is a very important research question, because I think many of the questions that we are discussing in our community in the OECD countries largely is essentially an equity question, but we just don't address it as such. For example, there's discussion of like what is global, what is local? Adaptation. Is it a local question? Is it a local, global question? Desertification. Is it local? Is it global? These sound very academic questions, but in a sense they're questions about equity. Once you frame it as a global issue, it becomes an issue also for the North. Once you frame it as a local issue, that means the Africans can resolve it themselves. I think this is kind of a academic debate which boils down to equity. It boils down to allocation between rich countries and poor countries. The same can be said maybe for this debate about multilateral approaches or small n approaches, or even the role of NGOs is in a sense also an equity issue. I mean, giving more role can also be seen in a way critically from developing countries, because most NGOs are funded by industrialized countries, which give a much larger voice to people from wherever, Netherlands, Sweden, many other countries, which are totally overrepresented in the global NGO community because they are paying for them. Independence of science. You could also see it this way. I mean, 90% of the scientists in climate research are from industrialized countries. So saying, let the scientists have a totally independent role means giving citizens from those countries a strong role based on science. I don't say that everybody is biased just because you're living in the Netherlands like me, but it is an issue that can also be framed in terms of equity, even if it is a very innocent discussion. So I think it's much more important in future research, especially in the OECD countries, to factor in considerations of equity, fairness, justice, allocative outcomes, distributive outcomes of governance. I think that's one of the key questions that we have to address. Number 6. That's, I think, also very important, has also not been that much addressed at this meeting, except for the talk of Frank Fischer and some others, in a sense. We have a lot of research on local adaptation. I mean, Richard Klein is here, many others are really kind of working on this for 20 years. But I think what we really have to address is, first, a global warming scenario that goes beyond 2 degrees, maybe. And it's certainly related to this also a question of global adaptation governance. I mean, what does 3-degree or 4-degree warming scenario potentially means for global governance? I mean, in Holland, we have many studies and trying to understand what it means for the Netherlands, and we have a plan B and a plan C, etc., and what to do if we have a 2, 3, 4-degree warming scenario. But I think we need also to understand the entire UN system, the entire global governance system in terms of global adaptation governance. And I think there's very, very little research is being done to think through the impacts of an excessive climate change scenario for all areas of global governance: food governance, health governance, water governance, security, etc. I mean, I've tried a bit to do some, well, this is how we do it in the Netherlands, I just mentioned this, whatever. So we have a full plan ahead. Anyway, so this is a 4-degree scenario. But I did some research, not related to the Netherlands necessarily, is about climate migration, climate refugees, which is one area I found at one point interesting, to look at all these studies that are predicting how many people might be forced to be climate refugees, climate migrants by 2050. I mean, most of these figures, I mean, you see the huge variation from 1 billion to 200 million. Probably these figures are all slightly exaggerated because of modeling issues, because of the assumptions that are there. So I think many of these climate migration scenarios are overly pessimistic, but it's clear that sea level rise will cause a major migration issue. So I think that's very important to think this through from a governance perspective. So I have done a little bit of research on this, but there are many, many other issues that I think are very important to look at. I mean, provision of water, food, coastal zone planning. I think these are fundamental issues for global governance, and we really have to think through excessive climate change from this perspective. Good. These were 6 different points for the topics of research that could be interesting, or some ideas, and the call for bold and radical ideas that we can discuss. I mean, getting out of the box and having radical new thinking. But I have 2 points about more the cross-cutting issues of research. And the one is for social scientists, as in the center here in Linköping and other places, is a relationship to the natural sciences, which are extremely dominant. I mean, that's what you all know. And I work a lot with international research programs where the research programs of the social science are all now abolished, and we're all integrated into larger projects with natural scientists together. That means by default, we are minorities. By default, we will be in situations where we are in meetings such as this, and they are kind of 90% natural scientists, great people, friendly people, funny people, but they have different perspectives. And then they're kind of 10% social scientists from all kinds of disciplines, and they're trying to fix these issues. The question is, what can we do? I mean, how can we work on this? So in a way, I think there are two different communities. One is this model-driven, computer-driven, natural science approach, quantitative, computer-driven. And the others is what I would say is what we do. I mean, most of us here in the room, to the extent that I know you, are researchers who work on qualitative, a little bit databases, statistics also, but largely we're working on cases, we work on case studies, we have our more qualitative social science methodologies, and we are sitting then in a totally different universe. How can we work together? Can we work together? That's number one. Should we work together? Then secondly, if we want to work together, how can it happen? To what extent can we integrate research on governance, on institutions, on power, legitimacy, justice, democracy, all these issues? How can we integrate this in a computer model? I have no idea. What I did, and this I want to report here in 2 slides if I have the time, is we did a little experiment in Holland, which was a lot of fun. We got money, that's always the first bit, how it starts, from the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency to do what is called Modeling Institutions and Governance for Global Sustainability. And that was, the core idea was we take a computer, open it up, and then in it we put the entire knowledge of the International Human Dimensions Program of Social Science, which is essentially, in our case, was the international relations. I mean, all these regime studies. I mean, we started very simple. All these books we have on international regimes, I mean, Oren Young in a sense. So we always had put Oren Young in the computer, kind of, whatever, and many others in your community. And it was fun. I mean, kind of, we did this a little bit. So then we came up with 2 things. I mean, problem structure. Stein Andresen is here. We're kind of like this in a sense. We said, this is one thing where social science really can contribute. We can make a classification of problems between difficult problems and less difficult problems. And then we have lots of hypotheses and findings maybe on regime design. I mean, these were the kind of 2 things we had. And our core idea was that we kind of quantify this with fuzzy logic, put this into a computer language, and then we run this computer, maybe even for decision makers in a sense, whatever. And then at some point the computer might say difficult problem, and then there might be at some point climate change, whatever, you have really a very serious situation. That was a little bit our vision, how we had it. I mean, that's how it worked out. I mean, this is how the entire model was based, with different rules, problem structures, regime environment. We had, in a sense, 50 rules. I mean, that's kind of how we kind of synthesized the entire knowledge. I mean, the results, of course, are very, I mean, these are some examples how we defined rules. So if you have a collaboration problem, then regime formation is less likely, etc. That's kind of, well, you know all this literature from the 1990s, essentially. The findings are, it's totally experimental. It's kind of more fun in a sense to play around. It provided actually correct results in a sense. I mean, we could prove with our model that ozone, there should have been a regime, and forest there should not have been a regime. But this is of course not surprising, because the entire literature is based on the ozone and the climate regime. So it's very normal in modeling in the sense that what you put in, you also get out. So, but we were still very proud and had a lot of beers afterwards when the computer gave us this result. But the point is, I think this is something that in 50 years from now, I mean, kind of next generation, it could be interesting. I think we saw us, like those people in the 1940s who developed the first computers. I mean, I showed this one of these photos of this guy in the beginning, where these huge computers were running for 2 days, and then they told you that 2 times 2 is 4, whatever. So this is kind of what we see our state. And I think there is a future. I mean, it has lots of problems. We have to criticize it also. And what could be an option is what we call the wiki approach, in a sense, because our money is finished actually. So the idea is, I mean, that more people are joining in, refining this, and then you really build this in. So my conclusion on this part is, I think it's totally crazy, but I think there is a way, in a way, to maybe bring in more governance research, even in natural science computer problems. Last point, Karen is very good. Last point is related to this last point. This point is related to my last point. It's about natural science integration. It starts with the strong conviction that I have that we have to really work together at a global level. I mean, that's what I tell always my students in a way. I mean, the old days, 19th centuries of science, you're sitting in your Chesterfield sofa, you're reading a book, you're writing a book, you read a book, you write a book, and you smoke a cigar. This is totally over. The problems are so complex that even all these smart people in Linköping can't resolve them themselves. So we have to work together in global research networks. And this is something that the natural scientists have invented in the 1950s in a way where they really said, if you want to understand an ocean current, if you want to understand Antarctica, whatever, we have to work together with thousands of people, put all the data findings together. That means we need a science plan, we need steering committee, we need money, whatever, all these kind of issues. And social scientists are extremely late and extremely slow in adapting to this. But we have, in a way, so we have, these are the global change programs we have. These are really huge. This is kind of the World Climate Research Program, the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, which was is still run by Stockholm, Diversity for Biodiversity Sciences, IHDP, International Human Dimensions Program. This was kind of where we were supposed to be represented. These are major programs, especially natural scientists, where thousands of people work together. And huge activities, big conference, etc., which all collaborated at one point in the Earth System Science Partnership. And I mention this in a little bit as a historical fact because this entire structure has been abolished this year. Abolished in this year because the funders, including I think the Swedish funders, many other funders, believed that this is too much separation. The belief was that the climate scientists should not have their own company and the social scientists should not have their own program. It was felt that this kind of social scientists having their social Human Dimensions program is outdated. So they said we have to join the party and become part of the larger activities which are now called Future Earth. And Future Earth is the program. There's nothing left. I mean, this is kind of the one program where all global change research, natural and social science together will be functioning. Future Earth has currently been set up. They have not defined now a secretariat. And I know that there are at least 2 Swedish cities actually that are bidding in 2 competing consortia for the secretariat of having this. And I know that the Swedish taxpayer is putting a lot of money in this activity. And it's great. I mean, that Sweden is really pushing for these things. So you might have the secretariat maybe in Stockholm. It's kind of one of the possibilities. And secretariat means in this case big. This will really be big organizations because they have to manage global change research of thousands of people. And I want to review this in my last couple of minutes from a social science perspective, because this is kind of part of my business. I run this Earth System Governance project where I have to go to these meetings and then negotiate, in a sense, with natural scientists about what we can contribute and on what terms and what to do. And there are lots of problems, or let's say challenges. Now, challenges that we might have as social scientists working in these issues and these kind of networks. This is kind of what Plan for Future Earth is about. I mean, this is kind of what they all want to do. They want to study why the global environment is changing, future change, assessing the implications for humans, the choices that we can make. This is the social science part, enhanced resilience, and also they want to support decisions for sustainable development. So in a sense, they want to do it all. They want to understand the problems, they want to understand human well-being, and they want to provide responses and governance options. And that's all what is there. And then they come up with a couple of design principles. And this is kind of principles how research should be designed. And when they say how research should be designed, they mean all of you. They mean all the centers, they mean the PhD students, they mean the projects, they mean the funding agencies. They say they want to have a step change in science. We want to have a step change in how science is being conducted in the future for the next 10 years. And this is a call for everybody from the funding agency, institute directors, and PhD students. And I can run to some of these principles. And the one is, of course, simple. They say we want to have excellent science, which is pretty straightforward. But what does it mean for social scientists in a network of natural scientists? And there are lots of questions. How do you measure excellent science? Do you take the H index? Then most of us are out of the system because our H index is normally 10 times less high than, let's say, microbiologists have. Do you take publications in Science and Nature, which is also something, I mean, we have done one, whatever, but normally it's not really where we publish our stuff, and it's also not the most accepting for social science research. So there are many traditional indicators of scientific excellence that put social scientists in the end of the bandwagon. So we are always kind of then in the end. So we have to engage in discussion also to what is actually excellence in scientific research. The same that we all discuss in our different universities. Second, the big thing is co-production and co-design. And that means science should be produced and designed together with stakeholders, whatever they are. And this has a tradition, many of you have worked on these issues, has a tradition at the local level for the last 10, 20, 30 years, that we do research together, we design it when we analyze local issues together with stakeholders. We involve the farmers, we involve the fishers, we involve recreation people, government people. But what does it mean at the global level? What they have done in Future Earth is they have a scientific committee and they have a user committee, which is called Engagement Committee. It's a great idea. It's the idea to bring in 18 people who are in a committee from society. There's one from industry, there's one from banks, there's one from government, there's one person from NGOs or whatever. So they have this kind of 18 people. And the task for these people is to also assess the scientists' plans that we are bringing forward. So when we want to have a social science project, this engagement committee is judging whether this project is a good project, whether the questions are the right questions. Which is on the one hand great. On the other hand, it's a big problem for social science. We have, for example, many of us are critical of capitalism, for example. But how do you deal then with an engagement committee in which you have representatives from industry? It's not necessarily Monsanto, now they have somebody from Google, which is kind of one particular part of industry. But these kind of corporations are then having an opinion about the value of our science plans as social scientists. So I think it's a very challenging thing for us as our community. It's much different for biologists or ecologists. I mean, they're much more politically neutral in a sense than what we do in our kind of research. Then we have to be all solution-oriented, which I think is great. I mean, it's really, we should get out of the ivory towers, we should get out of the Chesterfield surveys, we should really get solutions. That's very important. But that means also that in a way, our research is less theory-driven, like it theoretically has been in the last 100 years. It's much more driven by resolving societal questions. And the societal questions, the way they're currently being defined, are, for example, water, our climate, our coastal zone planning. So they're all questions that are very much focused to certain media, certain areas, where social scientists become then very fragmented. So there is a future possible that we become water scholars, water governance, food governance, whatever, carbon governance, coastal zone governance, etc., etc. This is what it happens. I mean, I've worked on many different projects where natural scientists have to find the question, and then they said, Frank, we need a governance person. And then whatever, we find a governance person, which is all fine. But the point is, in a sense, that it's difficult for us to have these kind of meetings. It's difficult to have a meeting where we discuss the larger questions of what does it mean for democracy, what does it mean for effectiveness of institutions, etc., etc. These big questions we can't answer if we are totally fragmented and become these hyphenated governance experts. Variety of communities. So this is kind of a challenge. I think this is a trend, is going this direction. We have to find solutions and we have to find responses to this. Geographic balance is of course part of this, but there are many, many studies also who show, many studies who show, I mean, that it's very difficult in a sense how to increase geographic representation. I mean, I had some discussions with some of you here also. From the Earth System Governance Project, we work very hard in a sense to really become a more globally representative organization. It is difficult. It has to do with capacity, it has to do with money, in a sense, or to build up research capacities, have partially also to do with the questions that are being asked. So here also the question is, how will Future Earth do it? I was at a meeting where all chairs of all global change research programs were represented. There was only one project that was run by somebody from a developing country. There was an Indian a professor who worked on coastal zone planning. All other projects, they have people from the South in the scientific steering committees. The chairs are by different, always in a sense, from industrialized countries, which has to do a lot with the money. It has to do with, this is kind of where the time is there available, being made available to work on these issues, because it's all unpaid activities. Interdisciplinarity is, of course, what everybody says, integrated social sciences. We have to watch out, I believe, to the dominance of quantitative approaches, because this is what everybody understands. I mean, numbers are always clear. This is kind of what brings to raises the attention among other communities. So we have to be careful that we will kind of be dominated by this. And as I said, also social science is secondary science in these problems. And then the last slide on this set, and then I come up with a concluding slide, is this principle of integration. And I like to have this as kind of what the conclusion is. So Future Earth should draw on the expertise in natural and social science, engineering, humanities, professions, planning and law, complemented by disciplinary excellence that contributes to integrate projects with a focus on intersection, etc., etc., etc. So this reminded me of this story about the camel, which is a horse designed by a committee. And I think that's kind of what it is. In a sense, this last sentence means we want to achieve it all. And I think it's not really clear whether you can achieve all. I think sometimes you have to make choices. Sometimes you really have to choose the one over the other. And we as social scientists, we have to be very active and engaged and careful in a sense. I mean, this is kind of the future. We have to be part of this, but we have to find ways of protecting, preserving, but also how we can contribute. Because the issues are there, they are tremendously important, and we have to think how we can contribute to these issues. And on this note, I just, the advertisement block in a sense is that one community that's working on this issue is the Earth System Governance Project, that is, all the organizers are part of it, which is the attempt of bringing together the governance scholars. So it's kind of a global research alliance with partners in all continents right now, where we try to bring together the governance scholars from all countries to try to analyze all these questions that I have mentioned. And our secretariat is based in Sweden at Lund University, but we have also partners in a variety of other countries. And I invite everybody who's not part of it to become part of this community. We have a website, we have a Facebook site, we have a LinkedIn site, we have a Twitter account, we have a website and everything. So if you're interested, just talk to me. It's a very open network where everybody can participate. And our next big conference is in Norwich on 1st till 3rd of July, which is not the World Cup, it's in the middle of the World Cup. We have checked this very carefully. So you're all invited to join the discussions, and the conference thereafter will be in Australia, and the conference thereafter will be in Africa. That's what the plan. Thanks a lot for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for this excellent navigation in global environment and climate research. Now we have some time for a few questions, so I hope there are many. Please say your name and where you are from. Yes, I think it's Lisa there.
Thanks so much, Lisa Dilling from University of Colorado. I just wanted to, this is more a comment, your last few slides on the challenges of working in this space for social scientists completely mirrored our discussion at lunch at our table. I mean, and I guess maybe it's a question for you. This is happening in a microcosm within universities as well, that are having interdisciplinary programs, having environmental studies programs in my case. I mean, literally the same words that you had there, the quantitative focus and how are other approaches respected and so forth within that interdisciplinary environment. I guess, I mean, what frustrates me is that this is the way that things are going, and yet we encounter this tension in our own institutions where we work all the time still. Are there some ways to move past this, or kind of engage it in a productive way, so that we can feel confident in embarking in this new project of basically being an interdisciplinary community? I think we have to feel safe in our home institutions to do this, as well as engaging in this in a broader sense as a research agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
Please. Yeah, good. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're fully right. I mean, I have the same in Amsterdam, where I am based. I mean, we have a discussion about linking or merging the natural science faculties. I will be part of them, and then I will be, as a political scientist, probably part of one of the largest natural science faculties in Europe, actually. So, and then we have all these discussions at the local level with different degrees of perceptions. I mean, there's some social science and some natural science who are more radical, more cooperative in the one or the other way. So I think I have two answers. Now, one is, I think, for the global network, but maybe also for the local network at universities or in countries or wherever you're based, is I think it's important to maintain collaboration among the social scientists, because I think if we are losing the opportunity and the space in the arena to ask this big social science question, then we're out of business. I think then we're just becoming poor social scientists. I think it's very important that we kind of maintain open space for discuss the big questions of where our societies are going. This is like democracy, whatever, legitimacy, justice, all these big issues. You can't address these issues when you're sitting in a project that discusses whatever the carbon cycle or the hydrogen cycle, whatever. You can't discuss these things. So this, I think, very important to have it. And for Future Earth, it could mean, I mean, we have one proposal I supported, actually was called Future Societies. Because there was now a fast-track initiative where all kind of teams could together proposals for getting some fast-track money. And it was kind of not really, and we just, at some point, we just, as a social science, we said, let's put together one proposal just among ourselves. We had a proposal for future ocean, future water, future health, and then we have now one proposal out there for future society, which is then kind of more this bigger question. So I think this is what we have to do. But on the other hand, I think it's also fascinating to work together. I mean, I do this also, and I have really, it's kind of one of the things I enjoy a lot. Like I mentioned in the beginning, the Anthropocene. We had a fascinating workshop in January on the Anthropocene, which was driven by the natural science, the IGBP community, because they are doing a synthesis on the Anthropocene, because they kind of invented the term in a way, and then invited a couple of social scientists there, and we had great discussions. So I'm kind of working on a paper now, it's called Down to Earth, which is kind of about breaking down the concept of Anthropocene, what it really means, I mean, where it really works together. And we had one team of authors, there was a natural scientist who only works on nitrogen cycle. He was really kind of said that all the problems of the world can be resolved if you fix nitrogen. This kind of, he came from this perspective. And then we brought together we had somebody, an ecological economist from India who works as farmer in Nepal and food security in a sense. And in a sense, they work on the same issues. No? And it's fascinating to sit together in a small group and bring together the nitrogen. I mean, I always said, do we need a ministry of nitrogen? Anyway, so, and then bring together those people who work on food security, rural livelihood, and these kind of issues, and then bring them together and let them write the paper together. And this is what everybody there in this room experience as a great experience, and maybe even bringing forward also generating new ideas. And I think this is one of the advantage of this concept of the Anthropocene, that it helps you to see things differently, and it helps you to make connections between nitrogen and food security, which, I mean, everyone understands in a way, but bringing together these two communities in one room, I think is something that's very useful, and I think this is what we should do. I think it's very important. I think we should do both. We should have meetings, only social scientists, big questions, social science, societies, future of capitalism, whatever it is, but then at the same time also have another meeting where we discuss nitrogen. I think that's kind of, so it's kind of a double answer. So.
Okay, yes, quick one, Ulrika.
Thank you. I've been pondering on a question for quite some time, and perhaps you're the person to enlighten me on it. When we look at solving the global climate change problem, for instance, we talked about the 2015 framework, and the governance structure is part of that. How would we organize ourselves in solving that problem? I was wondering, how much does it influence where we come from? What is our own context? Do we come from a democracy, direct democracy, or perhaps from some other organizational form in our host countries at home as nationals? How much does that influence the kind of solution we see as feasible for solving a global problem? And how much influence do you have as scientists in providing solutions that might actually work?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I've not done research on this, but I have a hypothesis. And we had at one point, we had, many of you were part of this, we had a European research program. Only Europeans in a sense, it was called the Global Governance Project, and we just happened to be Europeans. We put a book together, and one of the questions we had is, to what extent are the conclusions and the findings of this book influenced by the fact that we all have a European passport, or based in Europe, in a sense? No? It was an interesting discussion. But, I mean, in the sense, the conclusion was it's not that important. So we have, like, in the section we wrote a very short section. But hypotheses are, for example, multilateralism. I mean, Europeans, from decision makers, from the government, they're used to work in Brussels. They're used to always negotiate and to accept some authorities above the nation state. So it's kind of the way how bureaucrats, government people are growing up in Europe. This can also influence the way how you see, you might feel less threatened by international negotiations, international multilateral institutions, because you have this domestic experience in your DNA to some extent, less from other countries. Another example is that many of the institutions that are being discussed at the global level, including some of them ones I had, we have them actually in Europe. I mean, we have a European Parliament, and for this idea of this global forum of civil society, there is in Europe the Economic and Social Council. It is kind of this idea of bringing together people from different societal groups sitting there in Brussels, and they are part of the European decision-making process. So a lot of these ideas have been developed also in Europe and might therefore also be easier for Europeans to accept. And there's some other examples where you can think, I mean, that national experiences are influencing then the way how you're more open to certain discussions, or you're more close to certain discussions. So I think I think for academics is certainly it's an important point. I think what I mentioned yesterday a bit. I think the global change community is largely driven by 20% of the global population. I mean that's the largest part. If you go to global change meetings, and I suspect it has an influence. It has an influence also on the choice of questions. Like equity, as I mentioned. I think equity, would have a much stronger status if it would be, if other countries would be much more influential in these discussions. I think that's one way how the passport or the funding context is influencing the way what it is. It's also part, actually, I mean, if I might put you on the spot in a sense, has to do with funding. I mean, a lot of us are living from, or we apply for, like European Union funding, which is increasingly based on European interest. I mean, that's how the calls are being written. I mean, they're kind of questions that are written from European bureaucrats sitting there, and they are largely questions that European politicians want to know at different levels. So then we have to adjust to it and kind of answer these questions, because this is what funds our programs. So, I mean, a little bit exaggerating maybe. So I think this has a lot of influence. And this again then determines the papers, because then we publish in international journals, and then we become a mainstream. So I think these matters have a tremendous influence. And I think what could help, of course, a lot also to foster compromise. I mean, negotiators are always dealing with the other negotiators, but I think to bring together academic communities can have a tremendous impact. And we do this. I mean, the System Governance Project, we do this, but even our conference, for financial reasons, are dominated by many others, also natural efforts. So, but we have done statistics, actually. I mean, I think Norway and Sweden are per capita really the strongest contributors. No? And I think to put Swedish taxpayer money in helping to bring in people from different countries, different continents, could really generate new types of debates. And in generating new types of debate, maybe also help with your day-to-day problems of getting a climate treaty. So I think that could be an interesting way forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there are more questions, but we should move on to our second speaker. But first, applaud for Frank. And we are very happy to invite our second speaker. It's Steve Rayner. He is a James Martin Professor at the Institute for Science, Innovation and Society at University of Oxford. And Steve Rayner has written extensively on risk and the governance of climate change and geoengineering. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Is that picking up? No?
No?
No? Oh, you put it on mute. Thank you,
okay.
Frank.
Okay.
I won't take it personally on this occasion. Okay, that's better. Thank you. Technology, don't you love it? The last time I was here in Norrköping was about 3 years ago, when I gave a presentation called "How to Eat an Elephant." And as many of you know, the answer to that question is one piece at a time. And today it seems appropriate to revisit that theme and to explore some of the issues to do with scholarship and politics post-Copenhagen. But I think that in order to understand the post-Copenhagen situation, for me at least, it's necessary to go right back to the very beginning. And in terms of my personal history, that's actually 1986. When I was a junior researcher at the Oak Ridge National Lab in Tennessee, and I proposed to the director of the lab there that we should have a small program on the human and policy aspects of climate change. This was just at that time an emerging issue. And I still have a very vivid memory of being stopped in the corridor by a former deputy administrator of the US Environmental Protection Agency. And he said, "Hello, Steve." He said, "I hear you're thinking about trying to develop work on climate change. I said, that's right. He says, you're wasting your time, son. He said, climate change will never be a major public policy issue. I said, that's very interesting. Why is that? He said, there are 3 reasons. One, it's too far in the future. Second, the science is too uncertain. And third, there's no easy villain to blame it on. I think my response was, you know, I agree with you entirely. Those are the 3 reasons why climate change is going to become a major public policy issue. Because it's like a Christmas tree. And people will bring to it their own issue and hang it on the climate change issue. And so we had this situation whereby basically we had this issue multiplier effect. Was it climate change an environmental issue, a technology issue, an economic issue, a development issue, an international political issue, an equity issue, a legal issue, so on and so forth. Frank's just said he wants to hang his ornament of UN reform on the climate change Christmas tree. And so basically we had this situation, I think, whereby climate change became a vehicle to which a whole range of other agendas became subjugated. And at the same time, there was this enormous act of reductionism that went on, which is that basically climate got reduced to one of 2 numbers. You can take your choice. It's 2 degrees or 350 parts per million. And this became basically the way in which climate change was framed. It's about controlling emissions, controlling concentrations, and temperature. And so it was hardly surprising, really, that when you have this tension between loading all of these issues onto climate change and using the carbon issue to try to leverage a whole range of political agendas, at the same time as reducing the huge complexity of climate change itself to simply 2 numbers, that by the time we got to Copenhagen, the wheels fell off the bandwagon. And at that time, and subsequently indeed, it has been fashionable to blame laggard participants, particularly the United States, more recently China, for the failure at Copenhagen. But I think actually the problem was much more fundamental than that. And I want to go back to 3 analogies that were used or in thinking about constructing the climate regime in the first place. Because I think until we deconstruct those analogies, it's going to be very difficult for us to do the kind of scholarship that's necessary to move on from where we are today. The first of those analogies was the ozone regime. And at the time that the framework at the time of the framework convention in Kyoto was being put into place, there was a lot of buoyancy about the success of the Vienna Convention and the Montreal Protocol for controlling substances that deplete the ozone layer. And at first sight, people thought this climate change was very much like this kind of problem. It's a problem of the industrial emissions of gases into the atmosphere, and therefore this is a model for the way in which we will go about solving the problem. And from this we borrowed the Convention and Protocols approach. Unfortunately, however, the analogy turns out not to have been a very good one. We were talking about a small suite of artificial industrially produced gases produced by a small number of firms in a small number of countries, and for which there was a readily available technological substitute. The analogy falls on all of those fronts. Sadly, there were 2 things we could have learned from the ozone regime that we didn't. And one of those was one that Robin referred to yesterday, and that's the importance of, sometimes, the importance of failure. In the construction of the ozone regime, there was an attempt at Vienna, where the framework convention was put in place, to enact a protocol for the banning of spray cans. That failed. And because of the failure of that, there was a great deal of activity at the sub-state level among scientists, among diplomats, among NGOs, and among firms across the national boundaries, to develop a consensus that by the time they got to Montreal, basically it was possible to put in place a much more rigorous regime that was to limit the production of CFCs and subsequently, after the London amendments, to phase them out altogether. And that's the other important thing we could have learned, which is actually the Montreal Protocol doesn't address emissions. It addresses production. It controls production of the CFCs. In other words, it goes straight to the technology that is at the root of the emissions problem there. We didn't learn those two lessons. Perhaps now we need to rethink them. The second analogy was the US Environmental Protection Agency's sulfur trading program. This has proven to be very successful, whereby electric utilities in the United States were able to trade emissions in order to avoid having to ship very much more expensive, clean Western coal to Eastern power stations that were emitting large quantities of sulfur dioxide. The trading program worked extremely well. And this was the model, indeed, which economists then took actually to the White House and got the US then to sell as part of the Kyoto architecture. And the problem there was, of course, that the trading program that worked very well for sulfur was trading among a small number of traders, electric utility companies, a single gas, which was directly under their control, and thirdly, within a single legal regime that was able to enforce contracts and ensure compliance. Again, the analogy fails when it comes to carbon. And then the third analogy, and this is one that some people are not particularly conscious of, was actually the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, which was concluded between the United States and the then Soviet Union to achieve the gradual, mutually verifiable stage reductions in nuclear warheads. And that's where we get the model of mutually verifiable stage reductions in national emissions. And of course, the failure of the analogy there is also obvious because basically those warheads were directly under government control. You only have two parties to the agreement. You try to extend that to the notion of carbon emissions and you see the flaws. And by the way, if you're skeptical of the idea that that regime informed the architecture for the carbon regime, it was actually Leon Firth, who was Al Gore's chief of staff, who took those ideas from one realm into the other. And Gore, of course, was, before he became known as an environmental policy wonk, was best known as a national security policy wonk in the United States. So I think we can see that basically there were some fundamental underlying flaws in the architecture from the very beginning. And subsequent to Copenhagen, some of those flaws have been increasingly recognized, although I find it remarkable that particularly amongst my economist colleagues who come up with a very similar critique of the conventional policy architecture to that which I have been expressing for many years, nevertheless still hang on to the idea of carbon pricing as the instrument that's going to cut through all the trouble. Recently, Richard Toll, very controversial figure because of his withdrawal from authorship of the IPCC Working Group 3 report because of its catastrophism, was nevertheless writing on his blog, but of course we could fix all of this with one fell swoop if only we had a proper carbon price. My colleague at Oxford, Dieter Helm, wrote in his book recently, The Carbon Crunch, showing the weakness of the fluctuations of carbon pricing through the EU ETS, but advocating a carbon price with border adjustments as the instrument. And I think that's very interesting, the way that, in a sense, that it's very difficult for people with strong disciplinary commitments to particular theoretical frameworks to question those, even when you see demonstrable evidence that the framework isn't working. And my colleague, Bjorn Ohler's colleague, Roger Pilkey, has in fact expressed this in perhaps a rather dramatic form as Pilkey's iron law, which is whenever the price of carbon or of energy comes into conflict with economic development goals, the climate will lose every time. And I think we can see this time and time again with the fuel tax escalator in the United Kingdom, with the attempt by Clinton in his first term of office to impose a modest gasoline tax for carbon reasons in the United States. Every time diesel goes up in France, the truckers blockade the gas stations and so on and so forth. The other thing about carbon pricing is that it's produced some very strange bedfellows. Robin will recognize both of these characters. They're Bill Shorten and Tony Abbott. And I'm not suggesting they're the bedfellows, but it's the policies they espouse that are the bedfellows. Because we have this bizarre situation in Australia where the Labour Party did enact a carbon tax and then subsequently lost office. Mr. Abbott came to power vowing to remove that carbon tax and replace it with, quote, direct measures. Now, whether or not you take him seriously and you think his direct measures are going to be effective or very direct, nevertheless, that was the rhetoric. What's bizarre about this is you have a left-of-centre party, the Labour Party, now fiercely defending a neoliberal policy instrument of carbon pricing, and a Conservative Party coming in and saying, we want to sweep all that neoliberal policy instrument away and replace it with direct measures, which means basically regulation and subsidies and things of that sort. So it's interesting also to see how, in fact, these issues produce some very strange convolutions in the policies that people are pursuing. Anyway, to get to the turning point of what I'm going to say, I think what we've seen subsequent to Copenhagen is a group of quite diverse responses. There have been those that have recognized the importance of decomposing the problem into bite-sized pieces. I have been myself identified very much as the bottom-up kind of person, but in fact I've never rejected the notion that treaties were not of symbolic importance, and as an anthropologist I take symbols very seriously. I think they can be very much focusing. But nevertheless, the notion of decomposing the problem into bite-sized pieces, I know John Vogler here has been involved in talking about building blocks approaches and things, which I don't think are entirely dissimilar to the kind of approach that I've been proposing, although I've been emphasizing the bottom-up, really in contrast with the very heavy top-down approach that we had prior to Copenhagen. I think we've seen various proposals, including those of the Hartwell Group, to restructure the mitigation problem as a technology challenge rather than as an environmental problem. The way we treat it as an environmental problem basically is a very old-fashioned way. We treat carbon emissions as an end-of-the-pipe problem. We now have national pipes, theoretically constructed, but basically what are we trying to do? We're trying to control what's coming out at the end of those pipes, rather than doing what we did with ozone-depleting substances, which was actually go right to the technologies that were generating the problem in the first place. We've heard proposals to tackle short-term climate forcing agencies. Very important, I think, is the recognition that we can't go on treating adaptation merely as a cost of failed mitigation, which condemns it always then to the poor cousin status that sadly it has enjoyed. And in fact, even though it's no longer the taboo subject it once was, I remember in the late 1980s and early 1990s, if I attempted to talk about adaptation, it was a bit like talking to Southern Baptists in the United States about sex education in schools. This was seen as a very bad idea because it was going to encourage bad behavior, the notion that we would continue to emit because we would adapt ourselves out of trouble. And of course, we've had a whole range of issues and foci on subnational actions and collaborations between provinces, cities, firms, voluntary actions on both mitigation and adaptation. And I welcome the broadening out of that agenda. I think there are still differences in the research community over the mix of bottom-up and top-down policies that we would prefer, and I think that's very much linked to partly to the disciplinary disciplinary affiliations of people, and also to other kinds of value preferences. And I think that really highlights another issue, which is the problem of trying to change people's values by recourse to facts. And I'm going to say a little bit more of that in a moment. But I think that with all of these diverse responses, there is still a lingering sense of the second best, that somehow these are a response to the failure of Copenhagen, and I think that in itself handicaps the alternative approaches, or the new emerging approaches, which is that we confront them with a sense of fatalism, of failure, that this is, we tried to do the first best thing and it hasn't worked, now what can we resort to? And while we continue to have that mentality, I think we will continue to fail. I now want to go on to talk a bit about some of the problems of scholarship and politics and what happens when scholarship and politics come into interaction with each other. Astrida, yesterday, in the talk she gave about post-human feminism, was very frank about saying she felt very uncomfortable about some of her conclusions because she felt that she would be accused of siding with the climate denialists. I, by the way, am a Senator Inhofe certified climate denialist. I'm on his list of climate deniers. This is despite the fact that I have actually protested to his office about this. I have never denied the science of climate change. I accept the IPCC Working Group 1's findings. And despite the fact that the New York Times even ran an article upon Inhofe's inclusion of myself and various other people who are not deniers on that list. How does this happen? Well, it's because I'm critical of the architecture, and that was enough for me to find myself being embarrassingly embraced by the deniers themselves, and at the same time reviled by climate activists as being a denier. And I'm just using that personal experience and the confidence that Astrida shared with us yesterday as a way of highlighting the discomfort that comes from trying to explore alternative framings that step too far outside of the conventional framing of the climate problem, as I described it at the very beginning here. And this has been very much highlighted by the absence of this colleague from this meeting today. Some of you will recognize that's Roger Pielke Jr., who was recently extensively vilified in the US blogosphere in an attack led by the President's Chief Science Advisor, John Holdren, subsequently enjoined by such luminaries as Michael Mann. What was his sin? His sin was actually taking issue with the claim that we are going to be seeing very high rates of increase in costs and loss of life through increased storm intensity with the advent of climate change. And what Roger pointed out was that, in fact, if you go back 50 years, there's been a very slight increase in hurricane frequency and intensity in the US. If you go back 100 years, the trend disappears. But what Roger was really trying to point out was whether you look historically or to the future, any climate effect is absolutely dwarfed by asset location and by economic development. Now, why would this have proven so controversial? I think that's not entirely disconnected with the publication of the most recent US National Climate Assessment, which very much plays up a catastrophist theme in trying to persuade Americans that climate change is real. And it certainly seems to be no coincidence that, in a sense, this was a preemptive strike against a scholar who, when consulted by the media on this issue, is likely to have taken issue with the particular way in which that science was purportedly being presented in the national assessment. As a result of that controversy, Roger declined the invitation to be with us today because he didn't want to attract unwelcome attention to this meeting. But I think it's a very sobering story about how, if you step outside of the boundaries too far as a social scientist, you can attract a very stifling, strangling effect in terms of the kinds of response that you might get. I'll just leave you to judge for yourself on whether you think the national assessment version or the Holdren version or the Pielke Jr. version is correct. Some of you may recognize that as Miami Beach, Florida. That was Miami Beach, Florida in 1925. Tell me what you think actually is affecting the very rapid and significant increase in costs of storm damage in that part of the world. Is it increased hurricane intensity or is it asset location? I'll leave it to you to decide. Whilst on the theme of catastrophe, I want to actually also talk about the role of catastrophe politics more generally. I have a very different view from Frank's of the planetary boundaries hypothesis. This is a quote behind me. I won't read it out to you. You can all read it from the commentary piece by Rockstrom et al. In Nature in 2010. They went on to say there's reason to believe that most processes in nature are like this. Now, quite how you would measure the number of processes in nature so you could establish whether most of them were in fact non-linear or linear is a puzzle to me. But stepping aside from that a moment, I have consulted numerous climate scientists, all of whom have assured me that in fact the processes of change in the climate models are in fact to them even disturbingly linear in nature. So the argumentation here doesn't actually seem to comport with the science, and there was a very much a point-by-point repudiation of the planetary boundaries hypothesis published by Linus Blomqvist, where he went through each of these and demonstrated that in fact what it was not a violation of a planetary boundary, but a violation of a values commitment. And this is part of the problem, which is throughout the discussions on climate, whether they're in the international arenas or whether they're down the pub or wherever it is, we try to use science and recourse to ideas about nature in order to justify moral and political preferences of one sort or another. And we are all the time conducting values debates exactly about equity and things that Frank was quite rightly emphasizing in his talk just now, through this surrogate argument about science. And I think the catastrophism in particular has produced some rather strange, perverse results. One is it has produced calls for a nuclear revival. We now have environmental luminaries such as James Lovelock, people like Mark Linus, so on and so forth, calling for a revival of nuclear power. Not, I think, something that was anticipated by those who wanted to emphasize the catastrophist scenario in order to get leverage on emissions reductions and the broader climate issue. And I'm just going to, in my last few slides, talk about this topic, which is another way in which the presentation of climate in catastrophic terms, I think, has backfired on those who have presented it in that way. And that's in the area of calls for exploring climate geoengineering. Some of you will already be familiar with the field. It was defined by the Royal Society in a report of which I was a co-author as the deliberate large-scale manipulation of the planetary environment to counteract anthropogenic climate change. And very briefly, there's two kinds of things you can do, and there's two ways you can do both of these things. One is you can reflect some of the sun's energy back away from the Earth and into space, and the other is that you can take carbon out of the atmosphere. Now, you can do both of these things in two different ways. You can do them by intervening in, or if you don't like it, tinkering with Earth system processes, or you can do it by black box engineering. So an example of tinkering with an Earth system process to take carbon out of the atmosphere is the idea that you could add iron to iron deficient parts of the ocean, cause a plankton bloom, the plankton then absorb the carbon dioxide in photosynthesis, fish come along, eat the plankton, the fish poop sinks to the bottom of the floor, to the floor of the ocean. By the way, in some of the early experiments with this, the first part worked fine. They got a nice plankton bloom, and then jellyfish came along and ate the plankton. And jellyfish, unfortunately, have the wrong sort of poop. They have like floaty poop, and the carbon went back up into the atmosphere. So it didn't quite work. But anyway, you get the idea. To do sunlight reflection, it has been suggested we could imitate volcanoes and loft sulfate aerosols into the stratosphere that would reflect some of the Earth's energy away from the planet. We know that works because, in fact, when Mount Pinatubo erupted a few years ago, we had about a 1 degree global cooling effect that lasted for just a little under 2 years as a result of those sulfate aerosols. When it comes to black box engineering, you could take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere by building machines that would actually extract the carbon dioxide. You can convert it then into carbonate rock, or you could compress it and put it into spent oil and gas wells, or you could put mirrors in space. The last one not being very widely explored because of the obvious cost implications. Now, there's a whole range of governance issues that this throws up, which I'm currently involved in researching, and I think which are of importance to us. There is a whole range of concerns being expressed. One is the moral hazard concern, the idea that, in fact, if we even raise the possibility of engineering our way out of the consequences of climate change, people will try less hard at mitigation. There I look back at what happened with adaptation. We refused to confront the necessity of adaptation for a very long time. Is this the similar situation? Will we in 20 years' time say, you know what, we're going to have to geoengineer? We should have been thinking about this a long time earlier. I don't know. There's concern about ecosystems disruption. The climate models that tell us about putting sulfate aerosols into the atmosphere are pretty good at predicting temperature changes, but they're not at all good at predicting the impacts on precipitation, and particularly on things like the Asian monsoon. So we could actually have what appears to be a very inexpensive, easy techno fix turn out to have very, very high costs indeed if you had disruption of Asian agriculture. There's problems of technical and socioeconomic lock-in. Technical lock-in is that if you've put these sulfate aerosols up there, you've put your sunshade up, you continue to put carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, then you discover, say, you've screwed up the monsoon, so you say, okay, we'll stop doing it. Great. Within 2 years, those aerosols will rain out. The problem is you will now have a very sudden carbon spike, temperature spike, instead of the very gradual increase in temperature you would have had if you hadn't done that. So you have those kinds of problems. The whole question about governance is a very important one. It would seem, at least at first sight, that you could build machines to take carbon out of the atmosphere and stick it down spent oil and gas wells within the governance framework of existing environmental and planning legislation within nation states. But it would also seem that before you were going to be doing sulfate aerosols, you would probably have to have some kind of global treaty to agree to do that. And look how good we are at getting global treaties on climate change, right? So the thing that seems to be technically perhaps the easiest and the most quickest to bring to realization, the sulfate aerosols, would probably be institutionally the most difficult to achieve. Whereas on the other hand, the thing that's institutionally easy to govern, the carbon dioxide removal technology using mechanical means, actually will be very distant in the future, because even if it turns out to be plausible, you'd have to build an industry on the scale of the fossil fuel and cement industries before you were affecting carbon concentrations, and then you would have a multi-decadal lag before you had an impact on climate. So basically what we're faced with is what's known as the control dilemma. We would like to have the governance structures in place even before we do research on these questions. And there are those who suggest that we shouldn't even be contemplating doing research on any of these kinds of technologies, but particularly on the sulfate aerosols. And I commend to those of you who are interested to look at two books, one by David Keith and the other by Mike Hulme. They're both small little pocket books that you can read each one in about an hour, and they outline the case for and against, in fact, doing any research at all in this area. And they're both extremely good presentations of the respective arguments. There's been vociferous opposition. Some prominent figures have described geoengineering ideas in very unreserved terms. With respect to some of the involvement that I've been involved, that I've had in this issue, we have actually promulgated a set of principles which I won't read out, but you can see them on the screen there, which we think represent the minimum conditions for governance of the research process, and the idea is that each of these would be accompanied by a set of technology-specific research protocols, recognizing that the technologies are extremely heterogeneous in terms of the technical practices involved. Putting sulfate aerosols in the atmosphere involves a completely different set of technologies and technical practices from taking carbon out of the atmosphere and sticking it down oil and gas wells. Again, I'm not going to read through them, but just to show you that this is some of the work that is going on in the field. But in closing, I just want to finish with perhaps a rather different view of the Anthropocene from that which Frank has presented you with earlier. And I do so start beginning with this quote from the person who has revived the idea of the Anthropocene. It's not a new idea, by the way. It was around in the 19th century. It was originally proposed by a gentleman by the name of Stepani, and very similar hypotheses have been promulgated at the early part of this century. People like George Perkins Marsh in his book, The World Transformed by Human Action, and so on and so forth. So it's not an entirely new idea, firstly. But secondly, I think we've got to be very wary about the idea, because notwithstanding the opportunities that Frank sees here, I see some really significant dangers from a governance point of view. And not attributing to Paul Crutzen sinister motives, but I think the implications of this quotation are typical. The daunting task that lies ahead is for scientists and engineers to guide society towards environmentally sustainable management. And this really worries me, because it seems to me this is a license for technocracy. This is not a license for democracy. This is my second to last slide. I'd like to be able to tell you that this was produced satirically by an opponent of such ideas. Actually, no, it's produced by a German ministry. You don't actually have to be able to read German to be able to see the symbolism here of the of Hans John Schellenhuber nobly declaiming about the importance of science, and you can see a very contrite, small Barack Obama head bent down into the phone. You know, I'm doing my best, sir. You know, it seems to me that this couldn't be a self-parody if you tried to produce it of exactly what I find alarming about the concept of the Anthropocene, and maybe we can have some discussion of that at the end. But I'll leave you in the spirit, actually, of Astrida's presentation yesterday, where she was showing us some art installations. This is an art installation by Thomas Saraceno, an Argentine who lives and works in Frankfurt. This is part of his Cloud Cities work, and I leave it with you because I think the message is that when we're thinking about climate change, we've got to get beyond thinking of it as a policy design problem, as a governance problem, in a technical governance problem, and recognize that it's a fundamental challenge to the human imagination. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for very thoughtful intervention, and I think the two keynote speakers, they speak to each other. I'm sure we are running into coffee time, but I'm sure that this have provoked questions, so shoot. Yes. Robin. Yes.
Thank you very much, Steve. That was wonderful. Two quick points. The first one about the Anthropocene. I'm really relieved to hear you say what you said about the Anthropocene. I have a PhD student who's looking at exactly this, and in many ways says the idea of the Anthropocene is an idea we needed to have to legitimate geoengineering, which is, I think, very much in keeping with what you said. Overall, what I'm hearing from you is an appreciation of complexity, an awareness of uncertainty, an honesty, a healthy skepticism, and a desire to learn from our mistakes. I agree with your arguments about some of the false analogies that help to drive us in shaping the UNFCCC and the Kyoto Protocol. But what I didn't actually hear is a positive defence of the alternative approaches of bottom-up. It seemed to be implicit in the critique of the analogies that they're necessarily better, but I don't think that follows. So I'm a little puzzled about what would be your general arguments to say that, you know, it was a wrong way go back that we should have done back in the 1992 and the negotiations leading up to that. I mean, if we could reverse back to then, what would you have had in its place?
Well, actually, I sometimes tongue-in-cheek claim to have been a critic of the Kyoto Protocol since 1988. think about that for a moment, which was when, in fact, I published a paper with an anthropologist called Luther Gerlach, where we actually said at that point the big treaty approach to climate change isn't going to work, and that what we've got to do is to actually have a much greater appreciation of the differential capabilities of countries around the world to actually get to grips with the problem and to accept a much more dispersed model of social action in order to come to grips with climate change. And in fact, Ronnie was at the conference where I first presented that. So there has been a critique that has been, and an alternative model that has actually been around since the very beginning. Unfortunately, though, and this is something interesting for us as social scientists, it came out of anthropology, which is a very weak discipline in terms of the power relationships of social science. And to try to get a hearing for that kind of alternative architecture that we tried right the way from 88 through to 1998 with the publication of the 4 volumes of Human Choice and Climate Change was, you know, basically really banging up against much greater power from international relations, political science and economics. And so, you know, that's part of also of the lesson, I think, for us to learn from scholarship here is, you know, to recognize the power disparities within our own and among our own disciplines. I could offer a positive argument for the bottom-up approach, and I don't have time now, but you'll be delighted to learn that there is a new book which will be out anytime now called The Hartwell Approach to Climate Policy, which actually contains a whole selection of the papers over the 20-year period that offered that alternative perspective, and I'm happy to share that. But
okay, let's pick up 2 more questions. First Chucks and then Jörgen.
Thanks, Steve, for that lucid presentation. I also like the fact that you did your best to kind of focus on solutions in one of your slides. My question is very much along the same lines with Robin. Is it fair to say that those of you that tend to defend the bottom-up approach, so-called, are also actually only exaggerating your position, perhaps in order to get attention? Because the bottom-up approach, or the technology approach, or whatever you call it, actually are a lot of those technological regimes are within the so-called big treaty. So what in practice is really the main difference between the so-called technology approach as you see it and the treaty approach? And just to add to that, are you envisioning a world where an approach to technology in solving the problem of climate change can get around the issues of politics?
I think those are 2 slightly different questions, somewhat different questions. With regard to the first, have we been placing a heavier emphasis on the bottom-up in order to get attention to the non-top-down dimensions? I think that's probably fair to say that that is the case. I mean, that's of necessity. The arguments in favour of the top-down approach, the unified treaty, have been long in place and well understood. And I think that there has been a process of trying to get more of the bottom-up kind of elements into there. But as I said, I've never actually repudiated the idea that treaties can be of symbolic importance or can be facilitative. I do remain sceptical that anything that's going to emerge out of the treaty process in the foreseeable future is going to be the instrumental means by which we reduce greenhouse gas emissions and deal with the very important issues of adaptation. And that's why I want to focus on the things that I think can actually have the instrumental impact. And I think basically it is things like technological innovation that's going to do the heavy lifting here, whilst the diplomatic processes carry on. As to whether I think that there's any technical way to simply get around the politics, no, of course not. I mean, that's one of the problems that I have with geoengineering. which is the area I'm currently focusing most of my research on, is that I think it is conceived of as a way of cutting through the Gordian knot of climate politics with a single sweep of the sword. And of course it will turn out to be nothing of the sort, because I think as soon as you start to get into the whole question of actually what kind of financing would be necessary to do carbon sequestration, what kind of regulatory governance framework would you want to do, sulfate aerosols and so forth, you get straight back into the politics. And so I think there is this illusion of a space empty of incumbents, which is this geoengineering space, which is seen as a way of short-circuiting all the problems and cutting through the politics. But of course, as a social scientist, I don't believe that for a moment.
Okay, let's bring in one last question from Jörgen Wetterstad.
Yes, Jörgen Wetterstad from the Fritjof Nansen Institute. Perhaps not so surprising, I have a question related to carbon pricing, because I think one of the really interesting developments that have taken place in the recent years is the turn to emissions trading in China. And I just wondered if you see that turn as a turn in the wrong direction.
I think emissions trading within national boundaries is a much more plausible policy instrument than international emissions trading.
Okay. Yeah. With that note, we end this segment, and now coffee will be served outside here. But first, a big thank you to Steve and Frank. Thank you.
welcome all. I haven't really got anything more to say than what was in the email. So we'll have 3 minutes. I'll be strictish. Strictish. Also because we're going to shorten the session a little bit, just to make sure that so the people. Well, no, yeah. Also that people are not going to miss their trains because of the previous session. That's good news. So here's the microphone. You have to share it. There's 4 of you. And don't hold back. Be provocative.
Hallå? I think we can start it now.
Yeah, the others will come in.
Welcome back. So now we're going to kick off with the last session, a roundtable, very qualified roundtable that will assess the state and direction of climate governance scholarship. And it's going to be chaired by a very qualified researcher. That is, it's Richard Klein.
You have to think about that.
It's been a long day. Richard Klein, he's senior researcher and theme leader at Stockholm Environment Institute, but he's also professor here at the center in Linköping. And he's a very, his expertise is within adaptation research, and he's also, since 1994, an IPCC author.
That's correct.
Great.
Thanks very much, Karin. Thanks for not just being here, but staying here. I think it's been a fantastic day. I'd like to start, first of all, by congratulating the Centre on its 10th anniversary. On behalf of the Stockholm Environment Institute, on behalf also of the Nordic Centre of Excellence of Strategic Adaptation Research, which I'm co-directing, and where CSPR also plays an important role. I'd also like to thank Frank and Steve for setting the scene so effectively with excellent presentations. Just one extra word of thanks to Steve also for drawing attention to Roger Pilker Jr. and for standing up to the censorship and vilification that has stopped him from taking part in this meeting. I think it's a very sad situation where scholarship is being suppressed simply because it doesn't fit a particular political agenda. And that, to some extent, is also what we're going to talk about here, because we're going to talk about scholarship, about the new scholarship towards towards governance of climate change. We've got 4 excellent panelists here. I'll just introduce them very briefly, alphabetically. We have the second of left, Michelle Betzel, who's Professor of Political Science in Colorado State University. She's on sabbatical working as a guest researcher with the Center for Environment and Climate Research and Political Science Department at Lund University. For the past 15 years, her research is focused on the governance of global climate change from a global to local level across public and private spheres, with a particular emphasis on governance beyond the multilateral regime. Then on the right, we have, on Michelle's left, second of the right, we have Artie Gupta, who is an associate professor at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. with a PhD from Yale University. Her research interests include the role of science, knowledge, and transparency in global environmental governance, with a focus on agriculture, biotechnology, forests, and most recently, climate. She's got a book forthcoming with MIT Press on transparency in global environmental governance, critical perspectives, edited together with Michael Mason. Then on the right we have Chuks Okereke. He's an associate professor in environment and development at the School of Archaeology, Geography and Environmental Science at the University of Reading. His area of interest is broadly the governance of climate change and links with international development. He was also a lead author on the IPCC Working Group 3 Fifth Assessment Report chapter on sustainable development and equity. And then on the left we have John Vogler, who is currently a professorial research fellow in international relations at Keele University in the UK. He's written books on the global commons and on the EU as a global actor. For 20 years, John was convener of the British International Studies Association Environment Group, and he's currently a member of the UK ESRC Centre for Climate Change, Economics and Policy. And he was also Chuck's PhD advisor. So I would like to start with Michelle. I haven't got the program here. I do have the program here. The title of this session is New Directions in Climate Governance Scholarship. So, question to all four of you: what direction do you think the scholarship is going? Why is it going there, and what's new about it?
All right, thank you. So I'm going to speak from the perspective of someone who is very clearly situated in what Frank would call the transnationalist camp. And I didn't coordinate this, but I had already written my comments, and they respond directly to some of the things you said need to happen, because I think they are happening. I think one of the things those of us who work in that area have been accused of is sort of collecting curiosities, as my colleague Harriet Bulkley says, that we find interesting things going on in the city, or interesting partnerships, or little climate experiments, and we sort of write articles about them and say, aren't these interesting? And then we put them on the shelf and we can look at them, but really, are they worth anything? Do they matter? And I think as a community, we're starting to take that seriously and say, well, we do have to ask this question. And I think what we're realizing is that it's not a straightforward matter to say, do they matter? How do we think about their effectiveness? And that it really isn't particularly helpful to try to calculate the impact on reducing emissions of any given one of these activities in large measure, because often that's not why these activities are set up in the first place. And so trying to think about this as a system of bottom-up initiatives, of this elephant that we have, what sort of effect or impact is it having, and how we think about the climate problem and moving forward to governing the climate issue. And in particular, thinking about how they put us on a transformative pathway. And so how can, through activities at the local level, through things like the Carbon Disclosure Project, things in the private sector, are they realigning political coalitions? Are they allowing for the creation of new visions of a future? And in what ways do they perhaps reorient the political context in which the multilateral treaty negotiations take place? So thinking about it as a place where we can sort of shift the balance of the debate in new ways and create a new politics of climate change. I think another direction that a lot of us are taking the research thinking about is sort of operating in that middle space between multilateralism and transnationalism. And sort of moving away from this idea, if we just let all of these things blossom, the world will be good, and recognizing that, even if that's if that were possible, that may take too long, and that we might need to think about all of this as a system, and how can we sort of tweak the system to make one part facilitate the other. And so what are the mutual interactions between the multilateral treaty regime and this sort of world of transnational or subnational climate governance? What can be, and thinking what can best be done through the treaty. There's competitive advantage to doing certain things at the multilateral level, setting big goals, creating infrastructure like Sebastian was talking about. But we also might, what would happen if we were to ask, what can the treaty do for the transnational climate governance system? So in what ways could the treaty serve that system by providing resources, by creating new partnerships? So rather than thinking about the treaty as sort of at the core of the governance system, thinking about it as something that could serve the broader governance system in new ways and create new ways of governing climate change.
Excellent, thanks. You can pass on the microphone to Artie.
Okay. Well, thanks very much. You can hear me? Yes. And thanks for this invitation to participate in this panel. I think in considering directions that climate scholarship is taking, a first very general point I'd like to make is that given that the very conceptualization of the climate problem is becoming ever more all-encompassing, in that sense, one could argue that climate scholarship and also climate governance scholarship is in one sense moving in all directions. So if we think about, I mean, it's not just about energy and transport, etc. If we talk about climate smart agriculture, climate compatible development, climate proofing growth, etc. So then one could claim that, well, more and more people are becoming climate governance scholars. And so the days when one could say, hey, I didn't know you worked on climate are actually over. And I see myself as embodying this trend because I've come to this field relatively recently from working on a bunch of other areas. And of course, then the question that arises is, well, what are the implications of this? And I think, just to mention very briefly, two implications, which we could, of course, discuss in greater detail later. One is, of course, that multiple research communities are now involved and looking at sort of a set of phenomena from very different disciplinary perspectives. And so the field of climate governance is becoming more multidisciplinary, if not yet more interdisciplinary. And what the challenges and opportunities that presents, that's one thing to discuss. But as well, I think another implication is that the same set of phenomena are being looked at from very different worldviews and very different disciplinary perspectives. And so that results in terminology that's used in very different ways, like crucial terminology, which is understood and used in different ways. And I think we saw that also yesterday. So concepts like resilience, or the areas where I work, transparency and accountability, these terms and their meanings and their importance are understood in very different ways. So what are the implications of this for scholarship, and how should we address it? We should become more reflective about the use of our terms and how they're being used, etc. So that's one point I wanted to make. I wanted to make a very quick second point, if I still have time, and that is, if I look at just my own field of climate scholarship, which is basically the global environmental governance research community, political science IR, where I'm coming from, and if I could hang my issue on the Christmas tree of climate scholarship, then I think that actually we've talked a lot about architectures and agents of climate governance in scholarship. So it's all about fragmentation, orchestration, complexity, multilateralism, transnationalism, different actors, etc. But I would claim, and I think this was mentioned a bit by Frank as well, that it's really accountability and allocation, and this is to put adaptation for a minute aside. We'll come back to that, I'm sure, since Richard is chairing. But the crucial questions, and I would even claim that the crucial questions about architecture and agency are actually related to allocation, which was addressed by Frank, will be addressed later. So I wanted to just focus on accountability. I think accountability is being mainstreamed, at least in climate governance, but not yet in climate scholarship, and I think that's an important point. And what I mean by, do I have to stop, Richard? Can I?
Finish your sentence.
Oh, I can finish my sentence, okay. So I hope I'll have the opportunity to explain what I mean by accountability is being mainstreamed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Chucks.
As a consequence of climate change moving in so many different directions, what you then see is that climate change governance scholarship has become far less grandiose, far less visionary, far less imaginary, far less idealistic, and a lot more, micro, fragmented, and tamed, and in certain respect, I would say quite timid. So if you go to 1992, 1994, up to 1997, and you look at the literature on climate governance, you see big terms like sustainable development, climate change, and liberalism, the end of liberalism, global democracy. You see our own Robin here talking about green state, big concepts. Since we came into this room this morning, I think it was in passing that Frank actually used the word capitalism. And so this idea that there are different worldviews within which we can engage in this problem is almost completely jettisoned. The space has become so constrained, and we are now all trying to operate within a particular narrow neoliberal worldview which constrains imagination and space. You can clearly see this if you look at the issue of justice. So at the beginning you have grand concepts like contraction and convergence, common but differential responsibility principle, planetary boundaries, and all of these other big concepts. The notion that climate change warrants an opportunity, if you like, to construct a new world order was palpable, was visible for the taking in the 1990s, 1994s, but now that has almost all but disappeared, leading to this fragmentation, and some people actually wear that with some sophistication. You asked us to say why. I've already alluded to this smaller space as we've all been recruited, because as Frank was saying, and also Steve, if you don't play by the rule, you get vilified, not only by the press or by the blogosphere, but also by the funding community. Recruitment, promotion is all now by index factor, by citation, and these sorts of things. It's also the global economic crisis, the rise of the Tea Party in America, the climate gate, the failure of Copenhagen, of course the rise of the BRIC countries, especially China. These have all kind of coalesced to cause this sense that we have to operate in this limited intellectual sphere.
Excellent. And then John, please.
Okay. I come from a discipline that over the last few years has become hideously diverse theoretically. That is to say, we've moved a long way in a lot of different directions, but the one area of the discipline that hasn't moved a great deal has probably been the study of international environmental politics, which has remained pretty much liberal institutionalist, dominated by rational choice theorists and so on and so forth, and that may or may not be a good thing. Now, the organising concept of my 3 minutes comes from an article written 20, 30 years ago by Robert Cox, which I'm sure you may be familiar with, where he made a distinction between problem solving and critical theory. And it seems to me that what we've done a lot of is problem solving. We've been discussing very specific problem solving, and that's good and that's fine, and I go along with a lot of this. It's a useful contribution we can make. There was an editorial in The Guardian the other day saying the problem with IR was that it had become a stylized discipline that didn't address questions like voting in the United Nations. But I think there's also something to be said for the other side of this dichotomy, that is to say critical theory. And I sometimes reflect about what the role of academics are. Is our role, as it were, to sort of second-guess policymakers, because very often policymakers are way ahead of us, and we sort of catch up in our publications about 5 years later. No, I think there's a deeper sense in which we may influence things through a deeper critical analysis. And it strikes me that, rather than influencing policymakers very directly, a lot of policymakers are imprisoned intellectually by the scribblings of some long-dead academic that they read when they were 18 or 19. And that may well be part of our function to provide that. And in terms of the kind of list of questions that I think we could ask in a more critical way, obviously there are questions of power and how power is exercised in the system. On the wider political functions and consequences of the climate regime. And related to that, something I think is very important but needs kind of rather fundamental thinking, is the relationship between forms of security, that is energy security, climate security and national security, something which is exercising the EU at the moment. And I think, one of our functions as academics is to kind of give some clarity to that debate. Now, I know a lot of my colleagues these days would describe themselves as post-structuralists. And I know the structures they are referring to are not the kind, maybe the kind of structures that Marxists used to discuss and so on and so forth. But I do think there is also a role for what I would call a deeper critical structural analysis in two ways. One is to look very obviously at the way in which the climate regime is embedded in a broader international system and international structure. And it sometimes worries me in the sense that, you know, the 20 years of the climate regime have been a period of absolutely epochal change in the international system, but it somehow fails to get reflected in a lot of our analyses. We're looking at rather more at a closed system. So there is that sense, and I think realism has something to say there. And finally, and I think this relates to what Chooks is saying, there are deeper and related structures in terms of the way the global political economy works, and we need to take those into account, particularly in understanding the positions of less developing countries, and those less developed countries that have hardly been mentioned. We've talked a lot about the basics, but there is 100 or so more members of the UNFCCC who rarely get mentioned, who are very often in a very structurally disadvantaged position in the global economy. And that, I think, is probably my 3 minutes, isn't it?
Thanks very much. Let's give the 4 panelists an applause. Then let me ask the first question then. I mean, I hear you talk about climate governance as if it is this one elephant that Steve was talking about. And Steve also said, how do you eat an elephant bit by bit? I mean, surely governance of technology innovation is very different from governance of finance, from governance of mitigation, from governance of forests, from governance of adaptation. Does it make sense to separate those and to actually have separate, perhaps you would say fragmented, research looking into those sub-governance or governance of sub-elements of climate change? Or do we need this all-encompassing grand plan that Chuck was referring to? And then, of course, in addition to all the elements that I mentioned, there is development, there is trade, there are all these other issues that you can hang on the Christmas tree. What are your views about, you know, what is pragmatic and what would be desirable in terms of doing governance research on climate change? Is anyone volunteering to answer that question?
I can start. I think it's an excellent question, and one that sort of was thinking about over the course of the day, but I often come back to, there's a quote in Mike Hume's book, the 2009 book, Why We Disagree About Climate Change, which I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially says, you know, we need to stop thinking about climate change as a problem and rather recognize that this is a condition of modern life. And so that fundamentally changes the governance challenge. So rather than trying to think about climate change as a problem or a set of different problems, we need to ask the question, how does one govern in this context of, you know, and here probably find myself moving towards Frank and thinking, you know, in this if we call it the Anthropocene, whatever, there's a changing condition of the world around us that means we need to govern differently, trade, development, sort of everything we do within that context. And I haven't really thought through exactly what that means, but that's just sort of gives me a framework to start thinking about that question.
Right. Should I take a shot at it?
Go ahead.
Well, I think I like this analogy very much about how one eats an elephant and bit by bit. And I think the issue is, of course, on the one hand, we can't have these silos of, you know, that there are different aspects to the climate problem and they perhaps pose slightly different governance challenges and the approaches, solutions will be different. But I think what could be useful as a governance scholar is to look at certain concepts that are becoming important in research and seeing how they apply differentially to these areas. So for example, there's been a lot of discussion about fragmentation, fragmented architectures, and there we can see that that's the case with mitigation, with adaptation, so you can sort of map the fragmented architectures. In climate finance, you can do the same for RED. And then the question becomes, well, you know, you can ask all of the questions around fragmentation to these different issue areas, and through that develop an understanding perhaps of how they might be similar or different. So that could be one approach, or you have the accountability and transparency issue that I mentioned. And that, I think, what's fascinating about the climate realm is that you can take any conceptual concern you have and apply it to the climate arena. So you can look at accountability relations across these different aspects of the climate problem, whether that's what's happening in the UNFCCC around mitigation or adaptation, etc. And I will still wait to elaborate on the accountability issue, and let's address
That's a hint to the audience. Make sure you ask a question that Artie can respond. Very, very quickly. You talked about grand plans. I mean, is that is there a conflict between focused research and on, say, the governance of forests and the bigger plan that you were looking for?
My blunt and short answer is no. I do not see at intellectual level any reason to make any distinction between mitigation and adaptation. Whether you are asking questions about legitimacy, accountability, about equity, about allocation, they are the same source of challenges that also crop up when you are looking at adaptation. Granted, there are different dynamics in terms of scale, but those questions inevitably crop up. Whether you are looking at the global scale, at the regional scale, or at the micro scale.
Okay, let's leave it at that for the moment, because I think we would like to engage the audience, as well as the virtual audience. Those who are following this on the webcast, you can tweet or email any questions if you have them. Any comments, responses, ideas from the audience? Robin, please.
Thanks. I have a question for Artie. Could you tell us about the role of accountability in scholarship in this field?
Thank you, Robin. Well, I think what I was so I've been working on basically on these notions of accountability and particularly transparency, and I find that at least my point of departure was that transparency is one of the most overused but possibly most underanalyzed concepts, at least in our field, in global environmental governance. There's a flourishing transparency research going on in other domains like security, diplomacy, etc. And why I say it's becoming more center stage in climate governance is because it's so intertwined with basically, I mean, this old idea. Accountability is normally seen to empower the weak, to sort of hold the powerful to account. That's the understanding of accountability. But this sort of feel-good democratizing imperative accountability is being supplemented in, say, the UNFCCC context with a more neoliberal marketizing imperative for accountability. The idea is, in order to be able to document performance, to compare performance, in order to compensate performance, you need accountability, and accountability is becoming more multidirectional. And it's being manifested through MRV systems, which are often characterized as, well, that's the technical side. Or Sebastian talked about infrastructures, where MRV systems and transparency was the first bullet. But I would suggest that these are not, these are not managerial sort of, let's just measure in order to compensate. There are severe political questions involved with MRV, such as what gets measured by whom and how. And so one needs a critical analysis of accountability, transparency, as manifested through MRV regimes, which I think is not yet taking place to the extent that it could in mainstream climate governance research. There are STS perspectives, etc., but it's not really mainstreamed, and that's what we are trying to do in our
Thanks very much. Does that answer the question, Robin? Very good. We're all waiting for the drinks, I think. Well, in that case, let me ask a question. Perhaps also following up on the issue of transparency and accountability. I think it was 2011 when Transparency International had a global corruption report dedicated to climate change and climate governance. And it had some examples of poor governance, and I guess I used the word corruption in a few instances. And the most concrete example actually had to do with RED Plus. Yet at the same time, RED is often seen as one of the examples, one of the ways in which governance can work, that is driven, inspired by UNFCCC, yet at the same time also has a strong bottom-up component. How many of you would like to comment on RED? I know Artie would love to. But Chucks, what more broadly?
What I would like to do is to use your reference to RED and to Forest in general to actually, and I think it has been already said here this morning, to recognize and enjoin us to widely recognize a bit more what developing countries have been doing. One of the areas where you had the best examples of progress within the global climate change context is the work that Brazil has done in combating deforestation. And yet I get people to hear people say, well, you know, it's all about BRICS. BRICS are not pulling their weight. But actually, there's a lot of effort at the BRICS level and developing countries more generally to engage in climate governance. And I think that Catherine makes the point absolutely clearly this morning that the problem is loads and loads of failed promises by the developed countries to meet up with their own ambition target, but also the disbursement of finance to developing countries.
Okay, Artie, go ahead.
Okay. Well, very briefly then. No, I think it's interesting that when one talks about transparency and accountability, often you think about, well, corruption and shining a light on something. So there's this Justice Brandeis quote about transparency, which is sunlight is the best disinfectant. But I think if one thinks about RED+, then one manifestation of the transparency turn in this is, again, MRV systems. And I think MRV systems in climate governance are becoming just, they'll require these complex infrastructures of transparency, which I think need attention. So if you look at MRV for RED+, then it's really about what is measured is actually what gets governed. So you're sort of constituting what is to be governed by what is measured, and what is not measurable or what is not measured is then not visible and therefore not taken into account. So non-carbon benefits, multiple benefits, etc. So in that sense, I would say transparency and how it manifests in RED+ is very important to look at. There are all kinds of other issues around RED+ governance, which...
But what's the role of research? We're talking about scholarship here. Michelle.
Well, so, you know, one thing that I struggle with, particularly in light of some of John's discussions, is the role of the researcher. And, you know, one of the problems, particularly in working in the climate area, is there's so much happening in real time, right? And I think there's often a tension between, you know, do we want to speak to the debates that are going on in the climate regime, you know, in order to have something to, you know, provide input for 2015, and, you know, that requires one set of asking particular types of questions and doing research and interacting with decision makers, or taking the time to step back and sort of question those things. But that then, you know, sort of creates a distance between us and decision makers who say, yes, I understand there may be all kinds of problems with MRV and these deeper philosophical questions, but tomorrow I have to go into a meeting and sort of decide what we're going to measure and how we're going to measure it. And so I think, and I mean, particularly in the UK system, where a lot of the way, you know, sort of departments are being evaluated has to do with this impact, which is very much more based on sort of, you know, did they do something in the negotiations? Then, you know, did you change the way sort of a decision maker is reflecting on the problem? So I feel like there's these sort of tensions that we have to operate within and raise questions about the role of the researcher.
Just very quickly, I don't want to, it's far too painful, the whole question of impact, but those people in Britain will know. I know it's obviously, I mean, the system is very poorly designed and so on and so forth. What I would say from some experience with the ESRC some time ago, the Research Funding Council, was that it is this business of being policy relevant is quite dangerous because the whole system tends to be biased towards economists because when they run research proposals around departments, people from the Treasury will say, "Oh yeah, that's just the economic modelling we want," and so on and so forth. So it's very short term, and it tends to stack up against term. I would say deeper and critical research. You tend to lose out. I think we lose out also in political science and international relations because methodologically we're so weak. I mean, if you stack up our research against those from economists and so forth, you may think the methods, you may think it's a lot of nonsense, but it's a lot of extremely well specified nonsense, and we fail very much at that level as well. So there is a problem with the policy requirement, but there's also a problem, I think, in terms of having a proposal that where the methods section says, I will do some deep interviews, etc., and put it all together, and it's not really adequate. So I think there is an ongoing problem. There's also another ongoing problem, which these things recur with the interface with natural scientists. I mean, 20 years ago or more, British research councils were putting money on the table for people to come up with research projects that would bridge the research councils, and we never really, I remember, got very, very good proposals for this, and I think it's still an ongoing problem. So there are massive problems there related to the funding of research, and I think there are real arguments for allowing people to follow their bent, and you will get long-term benefits from that, which you maybe won't get from doing very, very short-term research. We accept this in the natural sciences, but we don't tend to accept it so much, I think, in the social sciences.
Eva, you wanted to give a solution to all this?
Rather, I have a question. I hope the panelists can help me to think about further. So I was struck by the comments by John and Chucks on sort of the intellectual impoverishment of our field, or the analytical constraints, or our lack of political imagination, and so on. And I guess the question that I would like, or the issue that I would like you to develop further is, so how can we as social scientists carve out the space for critical research, especially in a time when we're constantly evaluated on the basis of narrow age citation indices, or when we are asked to adjust our research agendas to problem framings defined by natural scientists in initiatives such as Future Earth. So how do we go about sort of developing this space for innovative and critical research?
That sounds like a good question for all four of you, I think.
Indeed, but my answer is I don't know. I don't know, because all the pressures, all the triggers, all the incentive structures, a number of which you have already mentioned, funding, citation index, all of these things are putting pressures on people to do the so-called problem-solving, policy-oriented research. And if you don't change the incentive structure, I see no way of escaping this trap. I mean, I lived through some volume of ISQ, International Studies Quarterly, and also some of the GEP, on which I sit on the editorial board. And what you see, alarmingly I would say, is an increase in manufacturing of statistical approaches and numbers. And so, for example, in trying to decide whether a particular country has had effect on climate governance, I read a paper that tracked the number of delegations and plotted a graph on where they've been, who they have met, both in coffee shops and in teas and those sorts of things, and then came up with some numbers. I think those numbers mean absolutely nothing when you're trying to do a deep qualitative research about the influence of a particular country or individual in negotiation. But there is an increasing pressure for quantification, for statistics or numbers to be plugged into the way that we do things. The answer is, I don't know. We need to change the incentive structure, and that's where I will call on the likes of Frank Bierman and Richard and other people that have gone ahead of us, they need to have this debate on where it matters, so that we are not just trapped in this kind of door, but space is created for deeper reflection and critical thinking.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Artie, try and keep it brief.
Yes. Well, I think I can keep it brief because this is, of course, a very fundamental challenge we all face. And I think it's a three-dimensional one, maybe, but there's the speed issue. So you have to produce under time constraints on issues which are evolving as you're trying to understand them. And it has to be policy relevant, and it has to be publishable in a scientific journal at the same time. And you also have to be interdisciplinary while you're doing it. So, I mean, this complex of challenges, of course, compromises any possibility to sit and actually think about what you might, or read or reflect, and all of those good things why we might have entered academia in the first place. So, yes, this is a challenge.
Okay, Michelle?
So I've been spending the last few months in Europe, and I was telling Artie that it's had me realize that I have a better situation than I had realized. I've often been jealous of the sort of funding opportunities that the Europeans had. I felt like everybody had these big projects that were funded by the Europeans or the Swedish government, and I thought, that's great. We don't have, one of the challenges in the US is the lack of social science funding. But the model is that 40% of my salary is dedicated to my research time. So in some ways, I don't have the same pressures of having to constantly get the grants, which then creates incentives to be doing more policy relevant research. So I realize that in some ways that gives me a privileged position to be able to sit back and do a little bit more of the reflective reading. So maybe the answer is having less research funding. I don't know. I don't think that's the message we want to send. But.
I mean, I think it's a responsibility on the gatekeepers, both of journals and of funding agencies, to take this on board. And there's a real responsibility there. And the other thing I would say, referencing Frank, is that I think people will still sit on Chesterfields or deck chairs or whatever and read books and think. They may not smoke cigars anymore, but I think people are still going to do it whatever. So I'm a bit more optimistic.
Mm-hmm. We're reaching the end of this session. I see maybe one or two urgent questions. If we can keep the questions really short as well as the answers. But I think it's interesting. I probably won't be given time by Karen to do a wrap-up and a summary, so I'll do it now. I thought we were going to have a conversation about the, what are going to be the issues to talk about in research. And interestingly, we've moved more into how can we actually do that research. I don't think that's necessarily a failure of this particular panel. Of course, both are going to be interesting. But I'm going to entertain one more question. I'm going to ask each of you to respond to that question, as well as to the question, having focused more on the how, and what stands in the way of doing good governance research. Also think, have we been researching the right kind of things? Is the focus of our research still okay, and is that something to be continued? Or is what we research in the future, does that need to change? Last question, please.
Ronnie Lipschitz, UC Santa Cruz. I actually wanted to make an intervention, but you can treat this as a question. That listening to all of this, I'm reminded that our research institutions are set up to reproduce the status quo, or at least to legitimate and justify what the status quo is. Now here, we're trying to address these large-scale problems with the tools that are basically about reproducing the status quo. And this sort of, this concept which came out a lot about transformation, right, about radical changes. How does that come about? Frank cited Robert Cox. I want to go back farther and cite Marx, who said something like, the job of the philosopher is not to study society, it's to change it. And I think, Cox always comes up, but I think Marx was more on point. So it's not really a question, but I suppose you can respond to it.
You each have like 30 seconds to reflect on that and the role of ideology in research, as well as in the question that I just asked. Are we researching the right things, or do we change?
I can only add, I'd add Gramsci as well, probably, to that. But I obviously going to say we're not, because although I do recognise the importance of more problem-oriented research, you know, I have a number of questions that really we do need to look at, and which are particularly structural questions. So I would say not. Look at some of the bigger structural issues.
Okay.
Agreed. I mean, I don't really have anything else to say. I think these are tough questions, and I don't know. I guess what I would say is I'm not sure there are the right questions to be asking. I mean, I think what's come out here is that there are so many different questions to be asking, and we need to sort of, you know, recognize that, you know, there's different ways to do different types of research, and it all has a place, and it needs to be valued. And as you said, sort of the gatekeepers need to recognize the value of diversity. So maybe that's what I would say.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think I would second what Michelle just said, that I don't think we can say that, well, we asked, you know, whether they're the right or wrong questions, but I would just make the point that in terms of this dichotomy about how we do research and what we are researching, I think, of course, those are linked as well. So the changing nature of the way we do research is also influencing what we choose to focus on, and that could be, you know, there could be negative implications of that. And I think over yesterday and today, there's been this call for more critical perspectives on the various issues that were presented, and this focus on power, equity, etc. So that is, there is a move towards, well, there is that call for transformational research. But of course, the fact that we still have to keep saying that even today, that we need to think about equity and it's the missing elephant in the room, etc., suggests that, of course, it's not happening.
Well, in a sense, this is where I started from, that whilst problem-solving positivist approaches and questions are not generally irrelevant, we need to be challenging more of the orthodoxy and be escaping from these narrow confines of neoliberal worldview and be questioning fundamental structures. I want to just emphasize again what John said. Within the gatekeeping journals, we need also to be emphasizing a little bit more robust methodology. We can't do exactly what they're doing in statistics, but there is room for a lot of improvement in our methodological approaches. And maybe, Frank, what you can help us to do is create, I mean, there was an attempt from Oxford mostly to do this through the Nature Climate Change, but we need an equivalence of Nature, a science journal that is dedicated to social sciences with a very, very high index factor. Okay? So if I publish there and some other person publishes in science, then we get well measured. Not when I publish in the best journal in our field, maybe ISQ or JEP, and somebody else publishes in ecological economics. When you rank that person's citation index or H index or impact factor, I have no chance, whether it's in promotion or in getting funding.
Okay. Thanks very much for your thoughts and insights, and thanks also to the audience for some very great questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I think it's been a very important and critical conversation on the how and the what's of climate governance scholarship. We are now moving to a close of the symposium, sadly. But we have one more important intervention here by Linné, and he will make some jubilee reflections. He's very well positioned to do this since he's one of the founders of the center and a former director.
I think you were selling what I'm going to say now, because I was just wrapping things up, but thank you anyway. Well, you know, when you turn 40 or 50 or whatever, when you have an anniversary, some of us at least try to gather our old friends, schoolmates, and loves from past. And I think that's what we've done today, both from abroad and from Sweden. Many of you were a great inspiration for us already when we started the center. We quoted your work. I went back to check the first applications that we wrote and so on, and I found several of you I quoted in that. And throughout these 10 years, you've been a great inspiration for us, and so that's great. And today, I think you have made sure, and through your academic work, that you still continue to produce and that you promoted the various books and papers that are coming out. You will continue to be a great inspiration for us in the, to quote Frank, the 50 years to come. And but I'm very grateful for the discussion that we had here and to point out the directions. When we started the center, we thought it would be a node to bring different perspectives together. The center, maybe that hasn't come across today so much, is a joint venture between the Meteorological and Hydrological Institute and the university. So it's intended to be interdisciplinary. We have the social scientists and the humanities, but also natural scientists involved in the center. And we wanted to bring together perspectives from research and perspectives from policy and practitioners into the research. And we would like to we wanted to have different academic perspectives crash and collide in the discussions, and preferably different policy positions, because in that clash of perspectives, in the dialogues, when we challenge each other, that's when we can improve our analysis. So I'm quite grateful that we, at least towards the end of this day, had some of these different perspectives really come across, because I think that is very fruitful, and I appreciate the plurality that and the openness to allow for several perspectives and see the value to allow that, like several of you pointed out, and regretted that Roger could not be here, for instance. So thanks for that. It's John Lewis Gaddis, one of my inspirational historians. He's written a lot about Cold War history. I think one of his quotes is that historical consciousness as maturity itself leaves us with a sense of our own significance as well as our insignificant as well as our significance. And I think that is kind of interesting when I thought about this Jubilee and what happened in the research community, the climate research field in 10 years. It's good with anniversaries in your life to think back, what has shaped me, what has changed, why have I come to where I am? And the same in research. When I think back about 10 years, it's easy to think that not much have changed. I mean, many of the issues that we brought up as important for the future, they were raised 10 years ago, but maybe not as much, and evidently framed in other ways than we do today. So I think it's kind of interesting to think about how will we look back in the next 10 years when we think back to when we discussed the 2015 treaty, and how we approach that in research in 10 years. So I welcome you back in 10 years to discuss that. Thanks very much. I would like to thank today's presenter. So if you could, and discussant, so if you could come up, that would be lovely. Here? To me? Anybody, did any participate today? Yes, there are very few. Ska du dela ut dem? Ni kan väl dela ut dem då? Kan inte ni dela ut dem, du och... Du får komma här. Ulrika, en discussant. Ska ni säga någonting? Ni delar ut dem. Ska vi dela? Ja.
Okay, we are coming to the end, and we want to thank all our keynote speaker and roundtable participants for their excellent interventions with a little present. And again, we hope that the conversation on climate change scholarship and practice will continue. And I go on what you said. See you again here in 10 years. Right here. Thank you.
But that was just the beginning of the end, because there are, of course, 3 persons that have been fantastic and instrumental, and without whose fantastic job this couldn't have come about. And that is, of course, Karin, Eva, and Ingrid here, who has done a fabulous job. So they get chocolate and you get flowers. And the audience get drinks. No,
Is this working? Yes. So, for those of you who haven't noted in the program, there will be drinks in the restaurant, so we can celebrate before you leave Norrköping today. So, welcome to our little mingle downstairs. And of course, we also want to thank Björn Ola. You didn't get a chocolate. Now you will. So welcome to the first floor. And thanks for a great day.